Hello everybody, welcome back from the short break. We are continuing our startup fair today, and up next we have two representatives from a company called Vinted in Lithuania. They're more known as Mano Drabužiai. They have raised more than $20 million from the likes of Axel Partners, and they're still sitting over there. A lot of their team is waving at the guys who are about to come. So please welcome Andrus and Ingrida from Vinted, who are going to be talking about how to grow your users.
Hi everyone. It's really nice to see that quite a lot of people came here. So my name is Ingrida, and this is my colleague and dear friend Andrus. We both are running product at Vinted and kind of making sure it's really growing. So for those who haven't heard about Vinted, just one sentence. Vinted is a social marketplace for girls to swap, sell, and buy clothing which they no longer wear. And the product was started in Lithuania like 5 years ago. Then it expanded to Germany. Then we opened France, Poland. And we have quite a good growth now in the United States. And a few weeks ago, we opened UK. So what you have here, this is how our growth looks right now. So it's kind of getting into the hockey stick shape. So I guess we're doing pretty decent job on growing the product. And today we want to share our experience in doing that with you. And just to give you some tips what to focus on at the right moment of time and what kind of questions you should be asking yourself when you are deciding what to develop next.
Okay, let's talk about growth. And thanks for Ingrida for a beautiful intro here. When we think about growth at Vinted, we try to keep things very simple. And we look into growth as a combination of three different elements of user behavior. That are activation, how you convert the flow of people that pass through your product to actual active members of the service, retention, how you make sure that those members use your product continuously and stick to it, and virality, how they actually talk with other people who still don't use your product and attract them to use it. We think that all three elements are required and must-haves. However, we always try to focus on one at a time. So we know what we are changing and we focus on a set of metrics and not like as a whole different things that you can miss something. At the same time, we strive for the best combination and we try not to overstep in one of these three areas. Because when you pass the limit of conversion, for example, boost it as much as possible, you can find out that your attention starts dropping. And members you convert that are not that valuable. So that's very important to remember. Let's take a look at three different scenarios of these three elements acting in reality. All three have one thing in common. They have good initial marketing push or publicity push. Let's say article on TechCrunch, Arctic Startup, Delphi, whatever. But then you cut it off and the hype ends, and what happens afterwards? If you have only good activation, your product is actually dead in 12 months. If you have good virality, you are in a better situation, so your hype cycle is amplified and you have more usage then. But then the end result is actually more or less the same. You are dead, it just takes longer. And the third scenario is what we are talking about today, the hockey stick growth. It only happens when you have all three elements combined. And to imagine and to understand it better, let's take a look into a real-life example of Twitter. And if you see Twitter, and if you see their situation back in 2007, we are having huge problems with retention. And, but they had lots of publicity, they had lots of people talking about their product already. They made a really fantastic launch with South by Southwest. They had lots of articles of TechCrunch already, but they were really struggling. But then Twitter found out that if a person starts using the service and follows more people, like let's say 10 people or more, she or he sticks to the service. And they encourage people to actually follow after they sign up. And that's when the hockey stick growth happened to them. Let's start talking about these 3 elements into detail, and Ingrida will start about activation.
So the activation, the first element of the growth. Activation is kind of corridor, a funnel which you want to create, having a goal to convert your bypass traffic into actually active users of your product. So what you want to achieve here is to create a very smooth and quick process of getting your visitor to a must-have experience as fast as you can with the least amount of friction along the way. So the question which you should be asking yourself is not how could I create a very cool product which everyone would probably like, but how can I get my customer to achieve her goals on my product as quick as possible? So I don't know if there are many fans of Mario, but I love this example. If you remember, they have on the very first screen with a second jump, you get your power mushroom, which gives you a very good hint of what kind of cool stuff you will be able to do later in the game, leaving you really wanting to play more. So, yeah, but so the funnel actually starts very early with your marketing message. Then you get to how to use the product if it's necessary. Then how to actually use the product and actually using the product. And there are a lot of very good examples which you can adopt to your product from other products which are already considered as working, such as your own power mushroom like free trial, for example, or a good landing page explaining what you can do next, and many, many more. But what I believe is that each product has to find their own unique way to have their own genuine onboarding process for their members. So here I have one short example how we kind of hacked registration, because registration is always a very friction point to get your user to achieve anything on your product. So the flow here is we allow member to come to the site, to browse a bit and to find something she really likes. Then we allow her to even start the conversation with the seller. The trick here is that we ask her to write the email where she would like to get the answer from the seller. And probably she leaves the product in a while. But the thing is that when she gets the answer from the seller to her email, she has the link which she presses to read the answer. So here you have your email confirmation. So that's the second step of registration. And now you have her motivated because she has the item she likes, she has the answer from the seller. So now it's the best place probably to ask her to fill in a few more details of the registration. So this is how you get her registered with least amount of friction. Yeah, so you have her registered. So what's next? Now you would probably like to stay here on the product. So that would be retaining the customer.
Okay, let's talk about retention. And retention is probably the hardest one to crack in a startup journey. And usually it's the most important one too. As if you solve retention, you at least have sustainable product usually, and virality is much easier afterwards. At Vinted, we recently discovered the hook model that actually helps us to understand the retention issues and possible solutions better and in a more structured way. And I want to share this with you today. The hook model consists of 4 different elements, and it's an infinite loop that you use to convert the possible member from initial external trigger to internal trigger, and that internal trigger is usually the habit in user's mind. So your aim as a product person or as a startup CEO is to put a habit in user's mind, and she'll use your product forever. Let's take a look at an example of Vinted running through the hook model. The first step in the hook model process is external trigger. You must put this trigger in a familiar environment for the user at the right time, and when the user has an actual ability to perform the action you want. It could be just a person telling about your product to other person, for example. Or, as shown in the slide here, it's just a Facebook ad you use to promote your app. So when the user actually clicks on the ad, you must have an action from here. So an action in this scenario is downloading and installing the app and opening it actually for the first time. When the user performs that specific action, we have to make sure that we reward here as much as possible. And in addition to rewarding here, we must ensure also that the reward is variable, so she expects it to be different every time. Because if it's predictable, you don't care after 2 or 3 times anymore. So when the member opens her app, she's presented by this beautiful infinite feed of dresses, shoes, and all the other really shiny, fantastic things. And she can just scroll, 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 and enjoy the list of items thereby, and etc. So she is happy already. What do we expect here to do next? We expect here to invest in the product. So that's the first step in the hook model. We expect here to put something there that will make her come back afterwards. In this example, it's just following other people in the product. And she can follow like 10 or 20 other persons or brands or any different followable objects in the Vinted. And this actually creates the other external triggers that bring back the user afterwards to the product. And here is the example of such an external trigger, which is a push notification about the new beautiful dress the person you follow have added to her clothes section at Vinted. And you run this loop infinitely until you actually reach the level that person has an internal trigger inside her brain. And that internal trigger could be a very simple example of just being bored right now and trying to think, what do I do? And that what do I do could be opening a Vinted app and just browsing and discovering new clothes and making me happy. The other trigger could be, I have nothing to wear today, so I go to Vinted, open the app, and I buy something. Or I don't have money, and I just open the Vinted app and try to sell something. And that's the thing that we are trying to achieve using the hook model and increasing retention at Vinted. Let's move on to virality.
So yeah, the last element of growth, virality. We are definitely not going to speak here about making funny videos on YouTube, because we definitely think that you cannot force virality. Virality is genuine desire to spread the word because you achieved some good goals on that product or you had real fun there. What you can do here is just find the right set of actions which a member does until she's really happy and facilitate her the process of sharing. So here we have an example of what's not virality. This is our own sharing game. It's a classical example of share the link and get the prize. So what you get with this kind of virality is a lot of not qualitative registration, kind of short-term bump of traffic to your site, a lot of spam with your brand on it, and a lot of cheating. So you definitely don't want to go this path. A little bit better example of how to facilitate virality is from product Lyft. I don't know if you know, it's a product where anyone can become a taxi driver for a short period of time, and another member can use, let's say, Andrew's taxi service, and I can get a lift from him. So they know that their customer is most happy right after the good ride and after he gives the 5-star rating for that ride. And this is a perfect place to ask him to share, right? Because he's happy at that moment. How can you find out the exact customer and the exact moment when she's happiest? We haven't went really long way with that on Vinted, but what we do already is we measure net promoter score of our customers, and we know that the group which we have to focus on is the successful first-time seller, because this is when she got her aha moment. I got the $50, you know, for the things which I don't wear anymore, and I thought I should throw it out. So we know we have to focus with that group to actually facilitate virality.
Hey Bombshells, so I know it's a little early for spring cleaning, I'm well aware of that, but me and my boyfriend are now living together in this amazing house, and to make the move easier, I cleaned out my Jurassic closet. I said goodbye to pieces that did not represent my current style. I said goodbye to pieces that I haven't worn in a year to a year and a half. And I even said goodbye to pieces that, you know, maybe I'll fit in you again one day, but we're gonna kill that sentiment and just toss it, because when our new hot bods do come knocking at the door, we're gonna take that sucker out for new clothes. Now we have a pile of awesome clothes, and we have a lot of different options on where we can take them to get some investment back on them, some return, if you will. Then we have Vinted. Yay, the whole point of the video. Vinted is an app and also a website, and I've heard about Poshmark and Threadflip, but I decided to download Vinted because hundreds of thousands of more people use it. And P.S. this is a personal review. I am not sponsored by Vinted. I'm just trying to help you guys get a little bit of money back. So on Vinted you can buy or you can sell online or on your phone.
So usually it was downloading for a while, so what I wanted to say before that video, that this is how actually word of mouth looks. This is in no way a sponsored video. This is just a video blogger who was giving some tips and tricks for her fans how to get best of Vinted. It's kind of 15 minutes of tips and tricks how to do it. And word of mouth on Vinted is one of the strongest traffic drivers, actually. So this is exactly what you want to achieve, to just know when to push a bit further with virality. So yeah, so we went through all elements of growth, and you now kind of know on what to focus on at the right moment of the time, and you know that you have to focus on one at a time and in a certain way. But there is one thing which we want to say. You cannot achieve really fast growth if you're working on your product in solitude, like for years or two, which we see happening again and again in a startup's environment. So we squeezed in this part because of that reason, and this is a very, very just quick hints how to achieve really quick shipping to get your results from the growth. So there is no such thing as perfect product, right? It's a never-ending process. So we offer just choose the minimum viable product, which means that cut all the details of your perfect imagined product without any mercy to just few ones which are main value proposition for your member. For example, Vinted actually started as a very single page with just ability to upload a picture and to write to the picture owner. That's it. And you know how far along then it goes. So the thing is, put online the minimum action and get into the never-ending process of iterations. Measure the results, check how it goes, learn from that, and move on based on the data which you get or feedback from direct members who use your product. Simple example, you want to change your kind of old school registration window, right? Because this process is not only for launching new product, but it's for any kind of stage of the product. So you want to launch your new registration, and you work on it for a while, like you change the design to a much better one, you change how many input fields you have, you change the placement of registration when you give it, now it looks awesome, and you go online, and your conversion to registration drops. How do you know what to do next? You don't, actually. So what we do, we change one thing at one time. So let's say we change placement of the registration. We launched A/B test with 3 different versions for only placement, and we measure the result, we see which one works best, and only after that scrap the ones which doesn't work and move on to the next change. So that's an invaluable method of working. I really recommend that.
Yeah, just as fast iteration is important, the same importance we take is on the metrics and the measurement part. And to have the measurement right, you have to have metrics right and the process right. When we talk about metrics, we aim at 3 A's principle, which are actionable metrics, accessible metrics, and auditable metrics. Let's focus on what's actionable. Let's say the total number of users you have, the registered, or the cumulative revenue you earned as a company over time. It just doesn't say a lot how your product performs. And it doesn't say a lot about the growth metrics and the growth elements we were talking before. So you have to focus on what's actionable and actually comparable over time. And an example of that is constantly looking on how many members you attracted last week and how many of them are actually coming back this week. And that's the retention rate. And when you compare it over time, like how did it look last week, how did it look the week before, etc., you say hello to cohort analysis. We don't have a lot of time to speak about it today, so I just want to put the name on the slide. But generally, it's splitting the users based on time or actions or any other like channel, for example, when you do marketing, and comparing that, the change of how these users react over time, and then adjusting and reviewing the results based on what actions did you make in the product, what changes, etc. It shows you how changes in the product change the numbers you have. And the other thing that Ingrida mentioned before is A/B testing. Splitting every big change into smaller pieces and understanding whether each of these pieces work. That's just an example of that you have to question a lot of things that seem to be unquestionable. And here's the button placement in our payment process. One on the left is based on Android design guidelines, for example. And the one on the right is more about gut feeling, experience, etc. So we're testing just this one change. And we have 11% increase in transactions, which is actually a lot when your business is in transactions. Let's wrap it up, and this is like a very short summary of what we wanted to tell you today. The first thing is you can look into growth not as a very complex thing, but as a simple combination of 3 different elements. You have to understand that all 3 are required, but you have to focus on one thing at a time. And in order to actually deliver the growth and deliver it fast, you have to iterate fast in development of your product, and you have to be data-driven and measure as much as possible. These are 3 books we use in our processes and in our work. Just like a recommendation to read them, and you can really dig deeper into the methods and models we presented today. This is the Lean Startup, Lean Analytics, and Hooked. Hooked is a very new book, released just 3 months ago, but it describes retention issues and the hook model in a very good manner.
And another really, really awesome method to actually learn is to meet up with the same people who are working with the same problems at that moment, right? So it's invaluable experience would be for us and for you, so we want to start meeting up and gathering up all people who are working on the product in Vilnius at least.
Yeah, so let's join the meetup group and let's meet probably the next week. I think the first round of drinks could be sponsored by Vinted, and we could really share the experience we have, and we would like to hear what product experience, product development experience the other people working in Vilnius or in Baltics have. Let's agree on a date there. And I'm not sure whether we have time for questions, but if you want to ask privately, here are our contact details, emails, and Twitter names.
I think we can cover at least one, no?
No.
You can get a T-shirt if you ask a question.
Yeah.
We will give you a T-shirt, and if you get the T-shirt, even if you don't like it, you can swap it in the hall. We have a swapping event there. No questions. All right. So thank you guys very much for your attention, and I hope we were useful for you.
Thank you.
Oh, one question. Okay, great.
Hello. I would like to ask the question for Vinted. How do you see the company in 10 years? Vinted company in 10 years. how do you see
How
it?
we see it?
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
there is none of the girls who doesn't know Vinted. And when the girl thinks where to buy her clothes, she thinks first of all about Vinted. That's how we see us.
And in a broader way, we see Vinted as changing actual consumption. Like this girl, as an example, thinking about actually the second hand as the first choice.
Yes.
So that's basically the aim. And maybe it's not only the girls in the future, who knows?
All right, so we owe you a T-shirt, I guess.
Anyone else? Anyone wants a T-shirt? Actually, Eddie from the track deck uses the T-shirt, I think, everywhere. The red one, if you can show it.
Good one, right? Right,
Okay.
so I guess we wrap up, right? Thank you, guys.
Okay. We will still be here if you have some questions and you're afraid to ask in front of the audience.
All right, thank you very much, Vinted. I think it's a great example of data-driven marketing working at scale beautifully. So our next presenter is a personal friend of mine, and not too long ago my company was neighbors with this company sitting in our incubation space. Unfortunately, we moved out, so now they have more room for their growth. Next company is called CG Trader. Recently they got an investment from Intel Partners, Intel Capital, and I would like to welcome today on stage Dalia Lašaitė, their CMO, who will talk about 3D printing. So CG Trader and 3D printing. Dalia? Two minutes, just putting on the microphone.
All right. Can you hear me? Thank you, Daumantas. Thank you, everyone, for coming. My name is Dalia Lašaitė. I'm head of marketing at CG Trader. Today I will speak about 3D printing. But at first, I'd like to say a few words about our company. So CG Trader is a 3D model marketplace. We help designers buy and sell 3D models, and we've been growing pretty fast over the last year. At the moment, we have around 60,000 models in our marketplace, and we have over 50,000 professional 3D designers in our community. Now, it is a great, great pleasure for us to be here, because last year, at this very conference, we met our investors, Intel Capital, who later invested in us together with Practica Capital. So thanks so much to Login for making this connection. Today, I would like to speak about 3D printing. I will cover a little bit of the basics, and I will also tell what opportunities do you have as creative people and entrepreneurs in this very, very interesting industry. So 3D printing, for those who are not familiar, is a technology that converts a digital file into an actual physical object. A 3D printer slices the file into multiple layers and then extrudes hot plastic to build it layer by layer into an object. This is an example of 3D printer in process. And this technology is not really new. It was invented over 30 years ago, but over the last several years, the printer prices have dropped significantly. Right now, there are two main classes of 3D printers that are in the market. Consumer 3D printers, they look like this. You can put them on your desktop and prototype, play around, and create physical objects. These printers print items like these ones. So if you see, you can see the layers of layers of plastic. The quality is not perfect, but you can actually get a physical object done by this small 3D printer. And these printers cost around several $1,000s. Some of them are even as cheap as several $100s. So it's really becoming very, very affordable to every one of us. Now, there's another class of 3D printers which are called industrial printers. They are much more expensive, but they are also much more reliable, fast, and can cover a bigger variety of materials. So, for example, these are the items produced with industrial 3D printers. Right now, these printers can print metal, gold, ceramic, multicolor materials, and even sugar, as you see right there in the corner. And the consumers, like you and me, can access these 3D printers by uploading their model to a 3D printing service provider. These service providers then use the model to create the object and ship it directly to you. Now, this kind of access to possibility to manufacture things has really unleashed a lot of creativity in the designers. 3D printers have been used to produce a lot of things, including iPhone cases. This is a very common application of this technology. There were other uses like prosthetics. For instance, this company is making a really, really unique, beautiful prosthetics that make even breaking your leg sound appealing. There have also been more avant-garde and experimental things done. Fashion collections have been done with 3D printing. There have been a car frame has been created out of 3D printed metal. And right now there is even a house 3D printed in the Netherlands using a huge, huge 3D printer that prints plastic. So this is a wall of that house. Now, the media loves these stories. The media has been covering 3D printing for a lot of time, and 3D printing, therefore, sometimes is considered to be a bit of a hype. So, Gartner, for example, have placed 3D printer on top of their hype curve, saying that the expectations for 3D printing are much, much higher than it can actually deliver at the moment. And there's some truth to that, because in a lot of cases, especially with desktop printers, instead of your product, you might get something like this. But I want to emphasize that even though some people consider it hype, the revolution is really happening. And to tell you a few numbers, this very same Gartner says that 3D printer sales will be doubling every year. At the moment, there are around 150,000 3D printers sold already in the market. In 2017 alone, Gartner predicts that there will be over 1 million sold. And Shapeways has announced that they have printed over 1 million 3D objects over the last year. So it's really, really growing fast. And the reason it's so excited for everyone is that it actually changes how manufacturing works. In order to create a product, you do not need a production line. You do not need a minimum quantity of certain number of products. Actually, any person like you and me can come up with a brilliant idea, design it, and make it into a breakthrough product. The logistics of this also changes quite a bit. You can distribute your product digitally, just send the file to your customer, and the manufacturing happens at the customer's location. So all these things are very exciting, and from our experience, I wanted to share some cases on how people are already taking advantage of this opportunity. And what you can do if you are interested in this technology, how you can participate in this market. So first of all, I will tell a little bit about what products work very well with 3D printing. There are 4 types of product that we have seen to work extremely well. Now, how many of you know what is this? I guess not. Okay, 1. All right. So this is actually a 3D printed toothbrush. The toothbrush works by cleaning your teeth all at once, and instead of brushing your teeth for 3 minutes, you can do it in 6 seconds. The reason it is possible is that this toothbrush is designed to fit your mouth precisely, and it can then be manufactured precisely to you. And the way it works is that you go to your dentist, you get a scan of your teeth, and then you can actually get this made especially for you. So in 3D printing, customization there is no extra cost to customization. And this enables a very, very big opportunity for a lot of products. Another class of products that are also very interesting are products that I would call instant products. An example of this is something we did at CG Trader community with our designers. For those of you who watch movies and who watch Oscar ceremonies, you probably know that Leonardo DiCaprio didn't win an Oscar this year. And a lot of people were not satisfied with that. And some designers in our community have actually created alternative Oscar to present for Leonardo DiCaprio and to recognize his achievement. And this product is actually relevant for about a week. You can engage around this product for about a week until people still talk about it. So if you create it using any other conventional technique, it will be too late until you come out to the market with this product. We did this in 2 days, so it already could react to the media fairly rapidly and be relevant and to the point. Another class of products, which is also very interesting in 3D printing, is niche products for certain communities. For example, GoPro cameras have a lot of 3D printed accessories ready for them. So for this is a GoPro mount set, and there have been even success stories where GoPro mounts from GoPro would cost 3 times more and take 4 times more to ship to the customer than 3D printed ones. Since you don't have any cost of entry to the market, or very low cost of entry to the market, you can create products that will be used for very niche audiences. Finally, due to the nature of 3D printing, you can create some fairly impossible products. This is a Nautilus Mobius. It's a design that is very intricate, and it would be impossible to produce in any other way. So if you have created a certain product for 3D printing and you want to launch into the market, I will also go through several ways you can distribute it to your customer. First of all, the easiest way of reaching your customer in 3D printing is just sharing 3D files. For example, Porsche and Honda have actually already done that. So this is a Porsche file, Porsche model car, 3D printed. If you want to engage with your community through your products, this is one way you can go about it. And Porsche and Honda wanted to emphasize their manufacturing process. So they put these files available for free download and made them available to the community. Now, sometimes you might have a cause you want to support, and then it makes sense to share these files as well. For example, with CG Trader designers, we did this free Ukraine badges in order to support Ukraine. So in that case, you can also reach a wide number of people by just sharing the files. Now, if you take this approach, you will probably not make money out of 3D printing. So another approach is to actually sell them on one of the platforms and monetize them that way. This is the most popular product for Valentine's Day this year on CG Trader. And if you take this road, you should actually be aware that your audience of people with 3D printers is around 150,000 people. So you have to create something that is appealing to them. They are a very interesting audience. They are actually geeks, early adopters, but this is still a fairly limited audience. So you have to bear in mind when creating your product. Now, when we started selling 3D files on CG Trader, we realized that some of the designers created something very unusual and didn't want to sell their files to the customer. For example, these are all models from our marketplace, and you can see they cost $40,000, $20,000, and other very high prices. And if you have something really unique and you don't want to share the source file of your model with the customer, there is a technology that allows you to charge per print. It works by just streaming your model to the customer's printer, and you can charge for every print they make without giving control of your source file to the customer. Now, there still is an audience of early adopters and geeks who already have a 3D printer. If you have a great idea, you might also go for a much bigger market. You can actually sell the physical products that were created using 3D printing. And as I mentioned before, it doesn't require a big investment. You just need to create a 3D model and use one of the 3D printing services to print and ship it to your customers. So this is an example of a Dutch jewelry designer. She is creating a jewelry based on old artworks and selling it to museums. If you take this approach of selling finished products, then you have to bear in mind that you are actually competing with everyone else in the market. So you have to find your niche, and she did it very successfully. Another example of selling the finished product itself is actually Makey Lab from London, who are selling 3D printed dolls. These dolls are customizable and manufactured by the company, and they are the first 3D printed toy company that has been certified to use it for children. So they have been very successful in selling these customizable dolls to geek dads, early adopter dads who are interested in innovative things and 3D printing. Now, another approach you can also take is use 3D printing for prototyping your products and then creating the actual product using conventional approach. This guy is actually a 9-year-old from the States who came up with a brilliant idea for a product. Last year in the United States, Thanksgiving holiday was on the same day as the Jewish holiday Hanukkah, and this happens very, very rarely. So he decided to combine these two symbols of these holidays, the turkey and the menorah, which holds these candles in this shape. He 3D printed this menarche, as he called him, and then went to Kickstarter to sell it using regular manufacturing methods. This kid was quite successful. He raised $42,000 on Kickstarter for this product, and he sold them to commemorate this celebration last year. Another thing you can do as an entrepreneur or someone with an idea is actually use 3D printing to test the market. There is a one company in United States have been taking this approach to producing auto parts and accessories. As you see, they have produced a custom automobile part here, and it's not very smooth. It's 3D printed on a desktop 3D printer. They have registered to eBay and other e-commerce stores and have been selling these items directly to the customers. So they were able to actually get feedback on their designs and also get the understanding of a demand on their designs from the customers. And if some of the products are successful, they were able to build it and produce it using the conventional methods. Finally, you can always go and take another approach and play with 3D printing. An engineering company in the United States heard about Tesla's founder, Elon Musk, plans to build a Hyperloop transportation system in California. Hyperloop, if you haven't heard about it, it's a tunnel where there's a new mode of transportation that allows to travel much, much faster than any of conventional methods. So they challenged their engineers to build and print this new transportation method in 24 hours. They did it. There was not really a very clear purpose why, but they did it. They have been all around the media, and they have been also very, very, it has been a very, very engaging exercise for their company. Now, just to back up my words here, we also did something special with CG Trader for login. So this is a CG Trader Loves Login iPhone case, was created last night and 3D printed today morning. And every one of you can actually download the source files for this iPhone case to have a memory of this conference. It's on the first page of CG Trader, and if you're interested, you can just download and 3D print it yourselves. So that's it from me. If you have any questions, I'm looking forward. The models, the question was, what software do we use to make the models? Our community is of professional designers, so they have a lot of software that they prefer in their work, like 3D Studio Max, Maya, Rhino, ZBrush, and similar ones. These are professional ones. If you're looking to do it as a consumer, there are also some options that are very easy to use. For instance, Tinkercad, 123 app, and a number of others. Sorry, yeah.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to ask about materials. What prices of material packets like plastic is available for personal usage?
So it very much depends. For plastic, the prices can be fairly low. You can get a plastic, for instance, this is printed with professional plastic. The cost of the print is around 40 liters for this one. But the materials are quite cheap if you are using lower quality printers, like desktop printers. So they are fairly cheap if you are just using plastic. If you go to metals or to other material, they get expensive fairly quickly. So when you design, you should try to design either smaller things or things that use less material. All right.
I would like to ask another question about distribution of those materials. Is there any distributors in Lithuania that are selling?
For materials?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a few.
What kind?
We've bought materials both directly from manufacturers and from distributors in Lithuania, like Jautis, UAB, and there are a few others. All right, good.
You told the expectations for 3D printing are actually higher when we can deliver. Can you name main problems? Why is it so?
Yeah, so 3D printing has been like really quite a big buzzword recently. So for instance, a field that is being covered a lot in the media is bioprinting, which prints biomaterial, and there have been researches where they 3D printed a kidney or similar things. And these things are still at a very kind of scientific stage, so it's not yet possible to commercially do it. But sometimes these expectations it's expected that these things are already available and that next year you will be, placing your kidney using that. And as well as I told, these projects like 3D printing houses, right? It's a very interesting project, but it still takes 3 years to print that house, so it's more an experiment, not an actual thing. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Well, thank you, Dalia, for this interesting speech. And next up, we have an international speaker. He is founder at TM Site and the leading expert on software as a service and its pricing. So next, I would like to welcome on stage Sagi Gulianka, who will present successful SaaS pricing models. Sagi, please. Applause, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. Does it work?
So this one.
Does it work?
Yeah. Bright light. So hello, everyone. My name is Sagi Gulianka, and I'm a pricing specialist. And this is how I present myself. So 18 is the number of years that I've been doing pricing. 360 is a methodology. I've been working for large companies for a long time, so helping them with their pricing, taking the additional 1 or 2% in order to squeeze many, many million more. And at some point of my career, I thought, what would be a good way to take those methods and scale it down to startups and help startups with one of their most important and biggest decision during launch, which is pricing. What kind of model? How to price it? Most startups will not have any room for mistake. Not enough time and not enough money to make mistakes and correct that, like bigger companies. And passion. This is what I love to do. I love every aspect of my job, from modeling to behavioral, to everything, to the human interaction, to the human psychology, everything that is connected to pricing. So today we're going to talk about value, because value is the main thing. If I don't understand the value, I cannot put a price on any product or service. So value is extremely important. We're going to talk about the more exotic part of pricing, which is behavioral economics, all the psychology part that could help you a lot. And at the end, we will see the iPad launch as an example. The reason I showed the iPad launch is because this was so significant in applying behavioral economics method into pricing. So Apple was one of the first companies that actually did that. So it would be interesting to see the history that many SaaS companies later followed. So I know it's noon, but you're going to work with me today. So here's a question for you. Which yogurt bowl would you choose? So everyone that would like the right one, please raise your hands. Okay. So there is a reason to that, and I've saw quite a lot of hands. So you can clearly see this is the same bowl. But there is something special about the right one. And no, the spoon is not included. So same product. But this one is ready to be eaten. So how many of you that raise your hands are actually right-handed? So there was a research that was showing that if you want people to buy a certain product, it should be presented in a very attractive way. So right people chose this one in a much higher rate than left people. So each and every detail is important because at the end it affects the value of your product, the acceptance of your customers, and in a way it helps me later on put the correct price. So the one with the spoon could have gotten a different price than the one without the spoon. And this is the value framework. Again, we cannot go deep into that, but at least you understand what we are trying to achieve. So first thing, we want to add value. This is the way, the value that your product or service generate. The second thing, you want to communicate that value. So what's the message behind it? Are you reaching your customer with the right message? And the third part is put a price on a value. On the customer side, so you need to drive the value. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. If you don't, you need to take a good look into your product or service. You need to make sure that the value is perceived in the right way. So sometimes it happens, sometimes the value is good, but the message is just not good enough. And of course, you need to understand that price perception also working for you. So for instance, I've been working for a company in which they sold the product, but the price perception was a few times more than the actual price. So basically, they just didn't communicate, pricing was too complex, and because of that, people didn't buy the product. So the challenge was to change the price perception. So some companies fail in adding value and communicating the value. What would be the next step for them? Drop the price, which would be just a big mistake, destroying value. If the problem is the add value, you should go to the adding value. If the problem is communicating the value, you should communicate it better. Only if the problem is in price, then drop the price. So for me as a pricing specialist, I always look on all these parts before I make any changes in the pricing. So there are different types of values. It could be very strict, easy to measure, like saving, like increasing income, things like that. Or it could be very, very soft, like perceptions, like emotions, like preferences. So easy to measure, could be measured, but not that easy in some methods of market research. And normally you would see that separation, but that's not like a strict separation. So it's more common to find like clear values within the businesses and more soft values within the consumers. So for startups, this is probably not a good way to start your startup. So basically you build a product, you think you have a good idea, and then you find out what would be the cost of that product, the direct cost and all the related cost. And once you understand that costing issue, then you could add a few percent on top of that, how much you want to, and create the price. And then, hopefully, it will meet the market. So hopefully, the customer will perceive the value the same way as you priced it, and the customer would buy it. But taking this method means you didn't take the customers into consideration, only your costs. So and value-based pricing is completely the opposite. So you go to the market. This is actually a pricing methodology, but if you think about it, this is a good way to open your startups, to think about your startups. So you have an idea, but first you go to customers. You have no product. You go to your customers, you speak with your customers, you let them know your idea and see what their opinion is. You understand the value that you generate. And then you can determine the price. No product yet. You can determine the price. And then you should be very creative to have the lowest cost possible to support your price. If that's possible, great, you have a business. If not, move on to the next one. So cost plus would be rarely relevant for SaaS companies, of course. So I'm going to show you IKEA. And IKEA, I think, is probably one of the best companies in the world in doing value-based pricing. Now, this guy is probably an engineer. And later I'll show you why. The most creative people in IKEA probably are the engineers and not the marketing guy. Sounds counterintuitive, but let's see. So this is how IKEA presented. They always design the price tag before everything else. And they know exactly what would be the price to serve mass of customers. I was talking with the former CEO of IKEA, the first one that opened the IKEA in Israel. And he never got, at the beginning, he got like 7,000 products, never got the costs. He had to go and find what would be the best price to sell that in the market. Only then he realized what was the cost. So some products, the cost was very cheap, but could have been sold in a relatively high price. And some products just could not be supported in the market because the market was not willing to pay even the cost of the product. So this is what they do. After they set the price, they tell the engineers, this is your cost target, go get it. And this is just an example of making a table, and the base of the table, they used a card company because the machine was already there, so they only had to do some slight change, and they have like a cheaper table that still look greatly designed. So I was talking about the value framework, and now I'm going to talk about the pricing framework. So basically, 3 parts to pricing. One is price setting, setting your prices, your pricing model, your business model, your pricing points, later on updating your pricing. The second one is price execution. Who offer what and when? So this is more common to big companies because you have many salespeople and you need control. You can have the best price list, but if your salespeople just don't offer the right price to the right customer at the right time, you'll have big, big problems. I'm not going to talk about that today. It's probably less relevant for smaller companies that are presented here. And the last one, which is a bit more exotic and I guess more fun, which I'm going to focus on that part, is the price communication. This is where you can have really quick wins about pricing, about price presentation. This is where you could change, you can A/B test your pricing, you could do a lot to just have better conversion rates or better prices. So I never start this part, the communication, without presenting Daniel Kahneman. He's probably the father of this field. He received Nobel Prize for economics, but he never learned economics. He's actually a psychologist. So he was always interested in just testing and finding how people react to different situations. And this is what he got his Nobel Prize for, prospect theory. So basically, he was saying something which I guess all of us could actually feel it in a very natural way. So if you gain something, you get pleasure. If you lose something, it's painful. Do you think it's worth Nobel Prize? Well, it is. Because now we can see the refined things. So for instance, the reference point can change. If you just gain 100 euro and lost it after 1 minute, do you think you are in the same situation like as if you never found those 100 euros? I don't know if anyone ever played online poker, but you may end the day breaking even. If you lost first and then broke even, feels good. The other way doesn't feel that good. So losing is much more painful than winning. And you can see that it's just, I mean, we hate to lose. I mean, it's okay to win, but we really hate to lose. So this is why people are postponing losses. This is like a very natural way to behave. And the last thing is diminishing marginal pleasure or pain. So I don't know if there is a joke saying money doesn't make people happier, because there was a research and it showed that people that had only $9 million were not happier than people that had 8 million euros. So, but that's the diminishing one. So here is a way to actually apply. So I'm going to show you methods, but also applications from real life. So in this case, this is a credit card company, and instead of telling you that if you get a certain amount of credit, you would get some present or some money back, they are telling them, okay, this is the money and it's already in your bank account. Now it's yours to lose. And of course, the reaction was much, much better. I mean, I've used the same method, for instance, for telecom, for prepaid customers, and there is a way of telling you will get 100 or 50 euros credit if you stay with us. And instead of saying, and instead we actually said, you already got those 50 euros. Now, you can leave if you want to, but maybe you can stay a little bit more to spend it. And of course, it was very, very effective. So here is an experiment that really assisted to identify this theory. So I will ask you a question. I will actually ask you quite a lot of questions. So just think for yourself. Be honest with yourself. There is no right or wrong here, just your selection. So here is decision A. You can earn now $1,000 or euro, or you can take a chance of 25% to earn $10,000. So who chooses one? That's, by the way, I will tell you that later. Let's go to the second one. So decision B, you can lose right now $5,000, or you can take a chance of 75% to lose $10,000. So for decision B, who choose one? So most people would choose to earn 1,000 and to take a chance of 75% not to lose because of that hate. But I realized that I'm in a startup venue, so this is a place where people are actually taking big risks. So it always happens to me when I'm on startups, when I speak to crowd like you. So I love it. Okay, so let's talk about some additional principle and example. This is to build the iPad example. So I want to show you some of the principles and the applications. So another one. So framing effect. Framing is about the message. So the way you construct the message can really influence how customers select and perceive your product and services. So here are your options. You can save 200 people's lives, or you can have a chance of 33% of saving all 600. So which one would you select A? Come on, guys, wake up. So here is a second question. Now, you can select option C, in which 400 people die, or take a 30% chance that no one will die. So who select C? Anyone noticed something about those two questions? Did you hear this guy? Can you say it out loud? They are the same. Okay, so scenario 1 and 2 are exactly the same, but just presented in a completely opposite way. So this was, of course, a real experiment. And for scenario A, you can see that 72% actually chose, for scenario 1, you can see that 72% chose option A. And for scenario 2, quite the opposite. So that's how strong, and I know this is like an extreme example, but you can see those kind of examples all the time. The accuracy of the message is so important, and this is something you need to understand, and something you need to test, and something you need to play with, because it's very, very difficult to get it completely correctly from just from the start. So, what do you think about those two products? They are the same, of course, at the same price. Which one do you think would sell better? The right one. I'm sorry? Okay, the right one. What do you think about this amazing special offer? So that's a mistake, of course, but we are so used to get the signals and not necessarily the prices. So there is a famous story about Amazon, about a big promotion, big advertising, but at the end the discount was not given. But of course sales boosted. People didn't notice that the price was actually the same one. So the principle is to keep it simple. Free, 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 but you never know which one you should choose because there are too many options. So one of the key principles in presenting pricing and actually setting pricing is to find a simple way to capture the value that you're presenting. So, of course, sometimes you need to make it a bit more complex to capture more value, but you always need to balance that simplicity with capturing more value. Because sometimes just one price point is just not efficient. So better to have several packages. Question how many. So this is just an example that it personally changed my career. It happened like 10 years ago. And we would just experiment. I thought I was an excellent pricing specialist, but I didn't pay enough attention to the way prices are presented. I was really good in setting prices, creating models and things like that. So, first of all, yeah, it looks a bit old, this ad, very complex, so it's not simple. And what we did, we kind of tested 3 different options. So first one was, again, very simple message, free phone plus 20% discount. The second one was just free phone, and the third one was 20% discounts on calls. So look at the top and just which one you think was converting the best. You can shout. Yeah. This one. Any other ideas? Left one or middle one? Who thinks the left? Okay. So, ta-da, here are the results. Now, if you look, you need it to be simple and reliable. Okay, think about those 2 words. This is the clue of what was converting the best. So this got, these are not real numbers, of course, just to give you the relative ratio between these options. So 100 clicks, 160 clicks. By the way, the purchasing later was pretty much similar, so the conversion at the end was not different between those options. 200 clicks. So the reason is it looks simple, but it's too complex compared to the other options. So don't underestimate what is simple enough for your customer to understand, because it takes like 1-2 seconds for them to leave if they don't feel correctly, if they don't understand, if they don't see something they can relate like in few seconds. The second one is simple, but not as reliable, because people would not believe, okay, yeah, free, yeah, of course, let's move on. But it was still better than a slightly more complex message. And the last one, which basically gave something which is not as attractive as freeform, just got better conversion. Just simple message and something which people felt it was reliable. So for me, it changed the game, because I really understood that now I need to investigate the way pricing should be presented and not just the way pricing should be set. So always think simple, simple, simple. If you try to complex something, make sure the value of that complexity justifies compromising the simplicity. So this is an example of HubSpot, a company, a very successful company, a company which I love a lot. And this was the old version of their pricing. And I guess, again, I was always looking at that, and I said, they could make it much more simpler for their customers. But they were still successful, and it doesn't mean they could not be more successful, again, having better conversions. So I know that many of their sales required a hands-on touch, calls, and so they had to explain things to their customers, and a lot of things that were related to the pricing, which is, again, it cost money, it takes time, they lost some of the customers. And then they made a change, and this is the latest version. So now it looks compact, you can relate, you can understand where you need to be. So next question would be, how could they squeeze that complex structure into that much simpler structure without losing value? Because if you lose some price point, then it means you could earn less money. So this is not something you would like to do in a mature company. So what they did is just hid the complexity, not hid, but just made it easy, made it fun to change, because now you can type anything and you could see how much you're going to spend immediately. So they took all these complex parts, they made part of it simple, and that complexity, they just made it fun to use and very easy to use. So complexity there is just a second step. You don't want to frighten your potential customer just from the bat. Okay, I don't understand, where should I belong here? So I need to show, I guess, Dropbox, because they are the master of simplicity, and just amazing how simple can achieve so much. In this case, you can already see that the yearly, of course, appear first, but you don't have to think. It's so easy for you to understand where you belong. So I'm going to talk now, after I showed you a few examples, about the compromise effect. So basically, you have options B and C that you can select between those two. And just by adding an option A that is, in a way, kind of make option C to be in the middle of that, will cause more people to select option C. That's the compromise effect. Yeah, we wouldn't buy the most expensive one. We wouldn't buy necessarily the cheapest one. A lot of people actually opting for that middle option. So this is a hamburger example. So if you sell one and a double, adding a triple, I don't know who can eat a triple one, but adding a triple just as a kind of a decoy pricing to make the double one sell better is a good option. So they would have made more money, even if they wouldn't sell any of the €3 options. So here is another example. This is the crazy egg example. And it looks kind of a classic structure for SaaS companies. So you can see 3 options. They highlight the middle option as the most popular. Now I can tell you that in most cases that's not true. In most cases the initial one is the most popular, but they still want to attract some people to choose that. But it's rarely. You always see those entry points which people enter the basic one, and you have like a mass of people there, and only few of them would then upgrade. So in a way, it's simple, but the price points are not actually balanced here. So I can tell you, and this is also like a rule of thumb, normally when the pricing looks quite linear, it rarely supports the actual customer base. And if you have a look, you can see 9, you can see 49, and then you can see 99. So the differences between the pricing points is always the same. Normally you would expect lower differences at the beginning and much higher differences at the end. So, but that was the old one. So basically they did 2 things. One was, okay, if that was not simple enough for you guys, if you stayed enough time, like 1 minute on the pricing page, there would be a pop-up, and now they would show you a simpler version just to make sure that you understand and you didn't miss anything and you're not too confused about the pricing. So it's always about trying to make it simpler for the customers. So this is one direction, which was not that successful. Because this is what happened later on. A 4th option appeared. So first of all, what I'm trying to convey here, you may find and see like a common way of doing things. But at the end, it's just a matter of your own business, your own details, in order to really understand what's correct for you. So in a way, the list is just like a good way, it's a good way of, as a starting point for you guys. But you should always test things, and you should always find the things that are appropriate to your business. And once it's done, then you understand. So in this case, and I know exactly because I've analyzed some of my customers and they faced the same problem, something was missing here, and that's the standard option. And you can see now that in terms of pricing, this is much more balanced, because now they have another options in between the basic and the plus. So in terms of customers, this is how such a curve would look like. So basically they had, I don't know if you saw that, so the main value driver here was visits per month. So just pay attention to those numbers, 10,000, 25, 100,000, and 250,000. So here it is. So the basic covers from the beginning up to 10,000. And normally you would see much fewer customers that's spending more. Again, that's a very, very natural usage behavior that you would find. Many small customers, but not as many large customers. So here's the opportunity. What you can already see, that 10,000, that was the point of the value driver. That was the point of the first package. You could see kind of a wall structure. So people are gathering there, but they are hesitating to move to the next package. So what happens here is that their own value driver kind of limit their customer ability to consume in the way they really want to consume the product, and many of them were just hesitating to upgrade. Okay, so this is the untapped demand here. Some people could use 15 or 25, but they didn't. So this is why they introduced the standard, because now they can tap into that demand. And normally what would happen later on is this. So the curve now would be much smoother, and some of the people would move to the 19, and they would consume more. Yes, there is a risk of cannibalization of some of the customers that were on the plus one, that might now downgrade to the standard because they were not actually, maybe they spent 25 and some of them probably opted for the plus. But since that in most cases, most of the user would be there, meaning on the basic, then this cannibalization would not ruin your extra profit. So always pay attention, and I guess that, again, for many startups, you start building your product, you launch, and I've seen that in too many cases that startups didn't build their own KPIs, their own measurements to understand what's exactly happening, why people are not buying, why people are not upgrading. So it's easy to do that when you develop your product, because that's basic analytics. It's much more difficult after you launch your product, you're busy with marketing, you're busy with sales, and then nothing happens, and then you have like a black box. You don't have enough information to actually understand what's happening. Is my pricing okay? Do I need to change anything? So I think probably best advice I can give you, just measure, 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 and measure from the beginning. Never treat it as a black box, because this is what helps, pricing specialists to just to correct the price. It's never, you're not going to get the exactly correct price from the beginning. You'll have to update that, but you want to do that in a scientific way and not just guessing your way towards the correct price. So, just an example that I was involved, very similar to this one, just a very simple mailing to those potential customers, and conversion was exceptionally good. People was just waiting for this kind of an offer. So, this is another effect that I'm going to talk about. And in this experiment, people were asked to state how much they are willing to pay for a product. But just before they wrote those numbers, they were asked to write the 2 last digits of the social security number or identity number. And what you can see is those are the people with the lower 2 digits. Those are the people with the higher 2 digits. And amazingly, the people with the higher 2 digits actually were willing to pay more. So, sounds like kind of a bug in our brain or something like that, but that's the way anchoring works. So, if we put the right number in your head, especially for products that you not normally buy or used to know the pricing, then it's very fluid. So, if you launch a new product, in many cases, you guys startups, you don't have any direct competition. And in many cases, I've seen too many startups that's actually trying to sell themselves a bit short. So think big, think based on value. If you create significant value, you should be pricing that way. You should be say those high numbers, because then you will be able to get higher prices. So customers have no idea how much they're willing to pay for new products. They have no idea. And Anchor might be a bit irrelevant. Again, when I go to my local deli and I'm on the line and I have like a number for the line, that number is never 19. It's always 786. And the reason, they just want me to buy more, because now I'm exposed to that higher number. So this is an example, Wix, which, first of all, I love this company. The reason is that I know they are doing lots of testing. So when you see their prices, you know it has been tested quite significantly. So anchoring works in two different ways here. First of all, Wix is a freemium product. Can you see the free option here? Well, it's not here. It's in a different page. Because they realized when you put the free option together with the premium option, conversion was just not as good. People that were anchoring in their mind to free, and so the other prices were less tempting to later on actually upgrading to a paid version. So this is why the free is not there anymore, although the freemium model is still the model that Wix uses. So this is one anchoring effect. The second anchoring effect, if you can see, the prices are presented right to left, which is a bit counterintuitive because at least until a few months ago, 1 year ago, most prices were presented left to right. But if you can test it and find that it's more effective, then this is what happens. And the reason it happens is that most English speakers would first look at the higher pricing point because their eye is very trained to go to read left to right and not right to left. And once they anchor themselves to the higher price, they will be willing to pay the lower price. And it's just better than anchoring to the right side. So free is not here. Now, one slide about freemium. I guess I cannot speak about pricing without just mentioning freemium, because freemium is so debatable, because it's a good model. Some companies have seen huge success, but nowadays many talk about the Dropbox effect. So many follow Dropbox in adopting freemium without considering some of the effects that could hinder their success. So there are much more failures than successes in freemium. So first of all, it's also a matter of definition. So freemium normally provides some good value for free. So what's good value? It's something you could do, your initial needs are actually met with that free option. And this goes with Gmail, Dropbox, LinkedIn. Most guys would not need to actually upgrade. It requires significant amount of traffic because conversions are quite low. I mean, you can have best conversion I've seen from free to paid is 7%. Most would struggle to gain 1 or 2%. So it requires huge amount of traffic. Can you bring that amount of traffic? Do your target audience is just big enough? Because sometimes I've seen companies that actually opting for free, but their market is just not big enough. So when you make those conversion calculations, you understand that they have no chance. And it takes time. So for instance, Wix is a company that made freemium very successful. They succeed with this model, but Wix raised tens of millions of dollars. So they had lots of dollars and lots of time to make freemium work. It didn't work from the beginning. I don't know how many companies today can manage to raise those kinds of money, this kind of money, and actually have the time to learn. Because you never start with optimal. It takes time to learn. And so, just to be clear, I know some B2B companies use freemium model. But for me, it's not like a pure freemium model, because some of them would give very limited value for the free version. It's more of hooking. So just to give you an example, I've been working with SDK companies. SDK is just like a program that if you develop apps, you could use that. So they want customers to use their SDK, because replacing this would be very difficult. So it's very sticky. They want them to start for free, but then they limit. So if you start doing any business, you're getting many users, you immediately start to pay. You cannot use the free version just to make your initial business. You will have to pay very quickly. Freemium is hard labor. So if you don't have the right set of mind, the right organization to optimize the funnel always, all the time, then it's failure waiting to happen. So it's a question of the entrepreneurs, it's a question of the team. Is that team geared? I've seen teams that are just not geared to do that daily hard work of optimizing each and every day. I mean, you need to get the right infrastructure, the right people. Sometimes the programmers, if they made a change, they could see that their change actually gained or had a better conversion for the company. So it's like the entire company is geared towards optimizing in freemium. And it's very important to understand that your additional dollar is still effective, because sometimes you find that you kind of, you're not being as effective as you were in the market, and then that's time, if you had this kind of curves, that's the time to move to additional market, because that extra dollar now, that extra marketing dollar would be more effective if you move ahead. So this is how it began. Apple. And this is the first iPad presentation. And the first iPad presentation was special because it was a new product, new category. Apple had already some reputation of not getting the pricing correctly. It happened with the iPhone. So when they launched the iPhone, it was a bit too expensive. They had to knock down $200 and then compensate some customers. So, but this time, they got it really good. Sound?
What should we price it at?
Okay.
Well, if you listen to the pundits, we're going to price it under $1,000, which is code for $9.99. When we set out to develop the iPad, we not only had very ambitious technical goals,
anchoring,
and user interface goals, but we had a very aggressive price goal, because we want to put this in the hands of lots of people. And just like we were able to meet or exceed our technical goals, we have met our cost goals. And I am thrilled to announce to you that the iPad pricing starts not at $9.99, but at just $499.
I think the guy was a real genius. I didn't do the pricing, but so if you paid attention, few things happened here. First of all, don't underestimate the power of an Apple launch, because this is the tweeting. This is actually not the picture from the first launch. This is the picture from the third launch. But whenever the price is announced, this is the place, and this is the time where tweets actually bursted. So it happens, again, you can see two pics for that. So completely powerful. So this is the model they selected. They selected 3 tiers. Anyone that does SaaS pricing, it looks very, very familiar. Okay, so which one you think is selling the best? Apple doesn't publish actually details. Just shout if you think. So normally, from the little information I could gather, the middle one, the 32, would sell best. If you remember the compromise effect, one is too cheap. I'm sorry, one is just 16 gigabytes, it's not enough. One is too expensive, so 32 is kind of the middle ground. And that's the one that normally misses first from the stores. So, initial anchor was $19.99. That's the way Apple presented it. So, it didn't say, listen guys, we really tried hard to make it $300, but it was a bit expensive, and then we had to raise the price. No, he put the anchor high, and then $499 looks very, very cheap. So anything below that looks cheap because that was the first announcement of that product. He needed to use that anchoring effect to make people feel they're getting a good bargain for their money. Now, nobody knew how much they were willing to pay for that product. That was a completely new product. So they just decided for everyone. The lower price is always used to get a better price perception. So starting at, that's a good message. And this is the message that Apple also used. I don't think they want to sell too much of this 16 gigabyte Wi-Fi, but they got reduced functionality, this reduced functionality enough to have a very special pricing point, which is the 500 pricing point. So that point feels, again, a lot cheaper. And compromise effect. So 32 is probably the sweet point. This is the one that sells the most. And simple. How easy it is to understand their pricing model. How easy it is to select. No barrier. Just simplicity. And again, they were kind of the first that realized and applied those behavioral economics principles into their pricing. So that's it. That's me. Feel free to connect in LinkedIn. Feel free to approach me. I'll be happy to take some questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. A quick announcement. The thing that we all came here for, the pitch competition, will start at 1, so we have a 10-minute break up until now. So please come back at 1, and we will start with our first startups. Thank you. welcome back to Startup Fair. And the first batch of startup pitches are about to begin. Woo! Are you excited? Yeah, volunteers are excited. That's good. Before we start off, I would like to say a few basic rules of this pitch competition. So in this batch, there's going to be 10 companies presenting. And every company will have no more than 3 minutes for the entire pitch. And that's sharp. There's going to be a person sitting here with a timer, and if they run over, they will be stopped and interrupted. I apologize, but please keep that in mind. After the session, there's going to be another talk, and then we'll introduce the first 2 winners. There's going to be, out of these first 10 companies, there's going to be 2 winners that go to the final tomorrow. Okay, so let's talk about the evaluation process. So our startups will be valued on 4 major criteria. So you're going to be valued on the viability of the idea, the innovativeness of the idea, on execution so far, improving various points of the idea, and the clarity of the pitch. So they need to understand the pitch as quickly as possible and get the basic gist. And in order to do that, we have a great jury, which I'm going to now introduce. Professionals, investors, and startup community leaders who are going to be evaluating our startups. So, jury: Elat Raz, Integrity Project; Gwydion Humeniuk, Zevin; Juho Risku, Butterfly Ventures. By the way, if I'm mispronouncing your names, I do apologize. We have Cornelius Chalutka, Boldcap. We have Margus Udam, Ambient Sound Investments. We have Max Gurwitz, Terrace Capital. We have Patrick Johnson, MTGX. We have Sharuna Shushda, Lit Capital. And we have Thomas Kosonen, InVenture. Yay. So, with no further ado, are you ready? I would like to invite our first startup, No Breaks Games. Welcome.
Hello everybody. Imagine a racing game which happens on the streets close to your home. No Breaks Race uses Bing Maps and allows players to create the tracks wherever they want and challenge their closest friends. We are not the only racing game. The good thing is that players don't pick one over the other. They play them all, and then they ask for more. To satisfy that crowd and to make a good business out of that, we have analyzed the leading titles. And we will use their core game loop to keep players engaged, their business model that keeps those titles on top grossing list, and we will borrow some of their audience, which is already well trained to spend. Our monetization will cover a wide range of spending habits. Durable, consumable purchases, and if you want to spend no money at all, that's fine by us. We will show you ads, and this will support free-to-play mode. Starting new things is risky. That's why we have created a prototype which already has nice player base on its own. The players together have traveled to the moon, and they didn't make it back yet. So we are taking the best parts that kept those players coming day in, day out for 6 months, and we are making them better. Here you see a preview of the new game. The track was creating using the same tools that we will give to our players. We will have career mode, multiplayer, and Xbox One version will feature split screen view for extra fun. What about going to market? It's a scary thing for indie developers, but we are not new here. Another game of us, Pocket Sheep, already has 500,000 downloads. It's a very simple game, meant to be played for a couple of hours, and surprisingly we have good retention numbers, which shows that we can keep our players engaged. We didn't reach this alone. We have strong backup from big-name companies, and we will work with those channels to push our rally game, No Breaks Race game also. We estimate that we will get 1 million downloads on just the first batch of platforms we are releasing. They love us so much that they gave us money to make this game done. We will make the game, ship the game, reach break-even. But to get on fast growth train, we need a bigger ticket. And we need your help to get that ticket. So we are looking for board and advisors from gaming industry, angel or seed round, and make sure to check the demo yourself. Our booth is over there. Thank you.
Any questions?
Which platforms are the game on?
Excuse me?
Which platforms?
Initial launch is Windows Phone, Windows 8, and Xbox One. Beginning of next year, we are launching iOS and Android as well.
Any more questions for No Breaks games?
So how have you done distribution so far? Can you remind me, please, how many downloads in total?
For the prototype, we had 65,000 downloads.
Okay.
This new version is not released. We have pre-alpha.
Okay. So this game, what we saw, hasn't been released yet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when is it due to be released?
We will release about November.
November of this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And you need the funding before that?
It would be great. We have the budget to build a game, but to make it better game, we would like to get some more to compete with better titles.
Okay, and about that, who's my last question? Who's your biggest competitor?
We are targeting to compete with real racing and CSR racing.
What is the marketing budget you have in mind after releasing the game?
From this money, we will have some 10,000 euros left, which is not a lot, but we have strong partners who will help to get initial players in. And this is another thing why we need more money for the marketing budget on iOS and Android. On Windows, we can get the players.
So is the idea that you build realistic cars there on the track, if there's a realistic map as well?
Yes, the cars, we have advisor who will help with licensed cars. So we intend to put licensed cars in the game, yes.
Any more questions for No Breaks games? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome next startup. It's called Timebase. Timebase on stage.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, hello. My name is Pavlas. I'm here to present Timebase, which is an actual business. And what we do is we offer software for lawyers that is doing time tracking and billing. You may think that there are a lot of options, but it's not really true. Lawyers have a very complex process where they have to confirm each task done, and multiple people have to review it, and then it has to go through several people in billing before it's shipped to the client. So in reality, lawyers usually choose between Navision or SAP or another big accountancy software, or just stick to Excel. And there's a lot of manual labor involved. And if they stick to existing software, this is really outdated stuff. This is real torture, not only for the accountant, but for everyone in the law firm. Everyone has to use the software or use Excel or something like that. So 6 months ago, we started doing a new solution, which includes mobile apps. It has a web-based version, has a modern user interface, and we offer local support, which is very important for security-sensitive companies like legal companies. And this is how the user interface looks like on the desktop. And this is our pricing, 300 euro per year per single user. So if there are 50 lawyers in the company, this is 50 times that. And so far, we had 70,000 euro in revenue. We are self-funded. We had no external investment. This is just more or less a real business. And we have a lot of users. 7 teammates in-house. We have everyone in-house. And we're looking for 300,000 euro to achieve monopoly in the local and neighbor markets. Oh, I still have some time left. Well, anyway, so I'm open for questions now. Thank you.
Yeah.
So how many lawyers and/or law firms use the product now?
We have 9 clients and 300 active users at the moment. But we have a lot more requests coming up, and we're just unable to fulfill demand. But all of those are here.
And why can't you fulfill the requests? Is it because you have to customize, or?
Well, it's just, you know, everything happened real fast. We started not that long ago, and we're a development company. We develop software, and now we see there's huge demand for just this one thing called Timebase. So we're churning everything.
Okay.
Is there any reason why you picked regional market and not, for example, UK, US, more global markets for expansion?
Not to my knowledge. Actually, we may not be aware of what is in each market, because I expect there will be local players. So I know there are some strong players in US, but let's say Central, Eastern Europe, or the whole Europe, there's definitely nothing out there. It's only the desktop software, which is 10 years old.
What about the Estonian company called Toggle, which is expanding pretty well?
Toggle is one of those options that is not really enough for lawyers. Since they just track time, maybe they can help you calculate how much that costs, but they don't keep track of, you know, all the price lists for each different client. Many clients have multiple companies paying bills. There is just a huge heap of information if you want to do it properly, if you really want to automate. It's not time tracking. Time tracking is 5%. Billing process is 95%. So,
thank you.
So I'll keep my answer short if there are any more questions.
So is it automated, the tracking, or you have to fill still manually actually the hours or the transaction that you have done for clients? So do you track so all the devices that you use for the clients, or how you actually use it?
Well, there are many ways to input time spent, and each user finds its own way. Either you push start stop button like everyone is used to do that, or you put time afterwards. From that point on, it's more or less automatic from the time tracked till the bill sent to the client. And even reminders are also sent automatically.
All right. Thank you, Timebase.
Thank you.
And up next, we have mokosi.lt. Mokosi.lt, please come on stage. Applause, please.
Hi, everyone. For hundreds of years, education hasn't changed so much, but the world itself can change a lot. So that's how we came for our education platform idea. The biggest problem students are facing today is that schools do not provide a high-quality education. So they are taking up private lessons, which are usually tailored to them, but they are very expensive. So students do not get access to tailor-it educational content whenever and wherever they want and need it. So we have a solution. Our platform is based on a very simple yet powerful idea. It's a market, just like Google Play Store or Apple App Store, just for knowledge. It's a place where everyone can actually learn. Our platform is a marketplace for learning content, which is created by tutors and designed to students. If we are talking about a market size, it's big. Almost 400,000 students just in Lithuania. About 50,000 of them are taking a private lessons. So we asked them whether we would like to choose online learning. And about 30% said they would. So this is how we came with our business model. Tutors would charge students for the lessons we have created, and Mokus.lt would take a 30% platform fee. So we count that our revenue could be up to €500,000 per year just in Lithuania. Moreover, we are a few steps ahead our start line. Our MVP version, we already have more than 700 pre-registrations of students and teachers, and almost 4,000 Facebook fans. Finally, our team consists of different types of experts who cover the main responsibilities and functions. Nevertheless, we are still looking for front-end and back-end developers. So, if you're interested, please contact me. Thank you very much.
Questions for Mokus.lt?
So this is at the moment only for the Lithuanian market, correct?
Yeah, we are starting from Lithuania.
And you're basically replicating the school program in the materials, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your materials, is it video?
Well, lessons consist of different types of tools. So video lessons, audio lessons, articles, then tests for evaluation. So we are combining different types of tools for creating the full experience.
But why would children do that instead of the school program?
Why they are taking private lessons? So they are not sure.
So
the parents are unsure as well. So yeah.
Okay. And you monetize already, right?
Yeah. It's as I said, the business model would be like tutors charge for the lessons. Well, of course, it can be free lessons, but if they want it, they charge for the lessons, and we take 30% of that.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
More questions for Mokus.lt? Or it was a perfect pitch? No questions.
So, thank you then.
Yeah, thank you. Next up, we have Challenge Me. Challenge Me, please, on stage.
Hi, my name is Dima. I am co-founder of Challenge Me. Everyone who plays one-on-one games finds himself once in a while in a situation when he struggles finding someone to play with. This is true for ping pong, badminton, squash, and even chess. Challenge Me, which is a web and mobile app, offers you a solution. We will find you someone to play with, but not just that. We will find you a player of the similar skill, a right challenge, so that you could have the most fun out of your game. Challenge Me is a universal matchmaker for one-on-one tournaments. So how does it work? Using Challenge Me app, you can effortlessly organize ladder tournaments in an office or sports club. These tournaments are long-term tournaments designed in such a way that you will always play with a player of the similar skill. Oh, by the way, on the phone is a screenshot of our actual Android app. Okay, so it works for offices and sport clubs. But what if you're on a vacation, or you went to a different city for some reason, or you're a freelancer, or finally you just want to break out of the office and have fun with everybody around you? We have a solution for you too. We take data from all local tournaments and combine it into one global rating for all players. Then we add geolocation to it. The result is that you can always find you someone to play with of the similar skill anywhere, anytime. We have some indirect competitors. These are web applications of sport clubs for ladder tournaments. But those applications are clumsy, they are strictly local, and have no mobile version. Then there are applications for elimination tournaments, but these applications are for short-term time-box tournaments that have a clear beginning, clear end, and they're also strictly local. There are hundreds of millions of people worldwide who play badminton, tennis, ping pong, and other one-on-one games. We want to become #1 social app for sports for all of them. We are not planning to make our users pay in any way, because we don't want to hinder the growth of the user base. Instead, we plan to use sponsored tournaments. Sport equipment brands will be interested in reaching our audience, and other big companies might be interested in promoting healthy lifestyle in their offices. Then many one-on-one games require a venue to be played in, so we will do affiliate marketing with venue booking services. Currently, we're in open beta. We have only ourselves and our friends are using that, but in the next 6 months, we're planning to have few hundred active users. Once we have them, we'll start actively looking for funds. This is Challenge Me team.
Thank you, Challenge Me. Thank you. Any questions?
Have you thought about the market size? What's the addressable market that you can reach with this one?
Could you repeat, please? You're talking about the market?
Yeah, the addressable market, the market size. What about these monetization models? So have you calculated at all what you can reach with this one?
These numbers come from the sport plus science portal called topendsports.com.
Yeah, not the users, but meaning that how much money you can make with this one.
Oh, we haven't calculated that. No, we have no idea right now.
Good answer.
How often do you think average player, for example, of tennis will be using your service? I'm playing tennis. I mean,
okay,
I'm looking for the...
There are many different cases. I got a question, thanks. For instance, in office, people are playing at least several times a day. If you have a ping pong table in office, I know myself because I played, maybe up to even 10 times. Those who play after work, maybe 2-3 times a week. So it depends on the sport and is it a sport club or office. But I think those who play in office, they play really often.
But you're playing usually with your friends or people you know. You're not looking for...
Yeah, but you know, in the office there are also people of different levels. You don't really want to play with anyone. You want to play with specific guys, and you need this tournament to restrict you to only this group, because if there is a guy who plays much better than you, will play with him, and you will suddenly lose, and you will feel awkward, he will feel awkward, if vice versa, the same thing. I played myself in offices, and I know that, because there are only a few guys that I want to play to, and I need some system in place to ensure that. I don't want to play simply with anyone. And what's more important, when you're playing with a guy of the same skill, only then you evolve in your sport, only then you have fun. When you play with someone who's much stronger or much weaker, and even a bit stronger and a bit weaker, you do not evolve. You just lose or win, and that's it. You need a confrontation, like for a long time.
Is it a lifestyle business for you, or you would like to sell the company in coming years?
I want to make it into a real business and to make money. So it's not lifestyle. But I like kind of both, I would say, because I also would use this app, and I'm using already so.
So who you have in mind? Who could buy your business in 5 to 10 years, for example?
I don't know. Maybe in Domondo if they have enough money.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Any more questions? No, thank you. Thank you, Challenge Me. So next on stage, please give a warm welcome to Simple to Act. Simple. No? Simple to Act.
Have you ever been in a conference or a presentation? Oh, you are at one now, so have you ever sat that far and wanted to ask a question? The problem is that people could not hear you for sure. Of course, there are always events where they have guys running around with the microphones, but you might face several issues such as holding microphone, spilled coffee, and huge time consumption, which is all leading to a mess at the conference and poor event performance. You do not want that. And we've got a solution. So we took one simple device that all of you have with you 24/7, all the time. You know all the features of it, you know how it works, you know how to speak with it. Yes, I mean your smartphones. So we took a smartphone and enabled it to become a wireless microphone. Comparing with the existing solutions, let's have a look at Steve Jobs' Access. And apparently, wireless microphones are not so smart and not so easy to use. Throwable microphone catch box, well, you would not like to be hit by a microphone during the conference, right? And the Twitter, speaker cannot control the flow of the discussion. Simple Tact is smart and easy to use solution. So let me show you how it works. Let's say you have a question. So you have an app downloaded, you press the button, you wait for your turn comes, you speak. That's how easy it is. The main advantages are that it requires really minimal internet connection, and even better, we have a really great quality sound because your telephone already has over 2 microphones with it, which allows to filter all the noise and echoes. And even better, it's really convenient. You know how to use your phones, right? You know how to talk with it. Most of the people, when they get a microphone, they still doesn't know how to use it. So our target customers are conference organizers who are gonna pay per event, and conference centers who are gonna pay monthly basis. We're also gonna charge for advertisement. We're a great team. Henrika, CEO, product development, me, sales and marketing, and we have a developer with 13 years of experience, 3 of those working with voice over IP system. We're looking for 300,000 euro investment. Thank you. Simple to act, easy way to ask questions. So now I'm looking forward to hear yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Simple Tact?
So it's a mobile application that people have to download to be able to ask questions. So how are you going to get people to download, all the participants, the application to their smartphone?
Yeah, so as you all know, Login also has an app at the moment. Basically, all the conferences and events are getting apps, and it's getting there or they're on the way. So we are planning to make a platform, an app with all the functions that, for example, this app of Login has, just we are going to implement a microphone. Taking the market other that was happening in USA, for example, they are downloading around 95% apps during the conferences.
Do you have a product already? Have you tested your product already? Do you have a prototype, or you have a already finished product?
Yes, we do have a prototype at the moment. We are testing it at LCC International University. We are developing it to make a product. We already have some word agreements with conference organizers who are willing to buy it and looking forward for us to develop it. We're also preparing future features that will appear as fast as possible.
And we are testing it right now. I'm standing behind you, right here. Yeah.
So what kind of technology is this?
In general, it works on wireless.
So you use Wi-Fi?
Yeah, on Wi-Fi. Of course, we are aware of the risk of disappearing wireless, so it requires a minimal amount of it. You can, for example, for the phones, it's enough to get 3G, but for the computer from which the sound is going, it needs to have a wireless. So that's why we need investment. We know how to do things without internet. Our goal is to make an app which could be working without internet. That's our goal for the future.
And what would that be? Would that be Bluetooth or?
We could discuss this after if you would like.
Okay, secret.
Okay,
very good.
Any more questions? No, doesn't look like that. Thank you for a great presentation. So please welcome our next startup. It's called Shortest. Shortest on the stage.
Hi, my name is Cornelius Faja. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Shortest. Shortest is an advertising network based on links that are being spread all over the web. But unlike other ad networks, we don't need even a single pixel of your precious web space. All you have to do is to put a small JavaScript code on your website, and we will monetize your external traffic, the one that you lose every day. So you might ask, what's the problem that we want to solve? We are tired of seeing all those annoying, unmatched ads all over the web, and this is what we're going to change. Our solution is to develop a unique targeting technology that will allow us to display only those ads that will match with actual user needs. Okay, with the knowledge about user age, location, interests, or his needs, we can eliminate this problem that I was mentioning before. Our advantage, we know from where user is coming to us, and we know where he's going to, placing us in the middle. And with that unique knowledge, we can match ads to user needs to show him some additional info about the things that he's looking for, or suggest him an alternative. Our goals. The first one is to finish our development, our work on the targeting technology. As soon as we'll have it, we want to overtake the link shortening market. And after that, we want to step in and take a really strong position on the advertising market. At the moment, we have two strong competitors on the market. There is few indirect competitors that we will have to face as soon as our technology will be ready. Okay, that's pretty obvious, but we're working on the advertising market, which is worth over $130 billion this year, and the projection shows that the market is getting bigger and bigger, and it will reach over $160 billion in 2016. Okay, icing on the cake, traction. Shortest was launched in 2013 at September. And during that time, we proved that we know what we're doing, that we can do it, and what's the most important, that what we do is really needed. Over 500 million page views, over 170 million unique visitors. Average time on site where the ad is being displayed is 2 minutes. So as you can see, it's quite impressive. Very important information, we are profitable. We reached our break-even point in January this year. Okay, so you know the product. It's time to meet the team. There is 7 of us creating Shortest, covering design, development, marketing, and sales. We've been working on different projects before. We learned a lot, and we use this knowledge to develop Shortest. Last but not least, we are not looking for funding. We are looking for business partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Shortest. Any questions for Shortest? No? No questions? Okay.
I might be a bit stupid, but I didn't quite get, how does it work?
How does it work? You found a link on the internet. There's plenty of them. You click it, and you are being taken to the site where we display you an ad. After 5 seconds, you can skip the ad and go to the place where you wanted to go in the first place. So instead of placing a lot of different banners or some verticals on your website, you can monetize your links without any ads on the site.
So the link owner or the website owner's motivation to do this link is to get this sort of a part of the ad revenue?
Yes, definitely. We share what we get from ads with our publishers, with website owners.
So you sell them ads yourself, or do you use some ad networks there in between for the inventory, or?
Once again, can you?
Do you use some external ad networks for the inventory, or how you actually sell the ads?
Yes, at the moment we're using external ad networks to monetize our inventory, but we want to step in and develop our direct sales so we can be independent.
Can you describe your target customer as precisely as possible?
as precise as possible. Website owner with wide audience who is tired of placing all different ads on his website. Many wide range website owners remove ads from their websites and they just use pop-unders to monetize their traffic. So we want to eliminate pop-unders as well, and we can simply monetize the links. So as soon as they lose their traffic, the external one, they will earn money. So anyways, somebody's leaving their website, so he can see an ad.
Any more questions? Yeah, it looks like we have no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shortest. So our next startup is called We Robots. Please welcome We Robots on the stage.
Hello, Login. We are a small web scraping and automation company. And for the past 15 years, we have been working for some major market data companies in the world. And we found that they have one common problem. They have hundreds and hundreds of analysts who spend all day doing copy-paste of data on the web into their systems. So we want to automate those jobs. But today, there are no really good tools to accomplish this. And that's why we started We Robots. Essentially, we made a platform which can do anything that a human being can do on a browser. The way it works is that we record some actions on the browser. That becomes a robot. And then we can run it over and over again. Let me show you in more detail. We just open a web page in recording mode. We select data, which we need. And then that becomes a robot. We have a data feed. We can refresh it every day. So more than half of the traffic on the web is robots, not people. So we have a lot of competition. But most of our competition are using simple scripts, and they do not handle websites that have JavaScript and dynamic content well. Well, our advantage is that we use Chrome browser, which does all the complicated stuff, and we can create those robots just like that. So now we have about 50 robots on our platform. I'll show you a couple examples what we do. Here you can see our robots scraping data of bus routes and bus schedules for another startup, Trafi. And you can see it's a lot of data. But we can refresh it every day and capture any schedule changes, etc. Another example, this is one of our public good projects. We scrape data from exercise tracking websites, from runners in Vilnius. Then we throw it on a map. And now people can see where are the most popular places to run in Vilnius, find and explore tracks. So in closing, I want to just emphasize that we're a company that wants to provide data sets from the web for other companies. We are B2B. And if you are a startup or have a startup that needs data for their growth, please talk to us. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi. You have chosen Chrome as your execution engine.
I'm sorry.
You have chosen Chrome as your execution engine. How much latency does it add to the crawler system?
Sorry.
I'm asking how many times your robots take to scrape a page, because you're using Chrome, so probably a lot of pages is being loaded and unnecessary data.
If you need to scrape many pages fast, you can use simple technology, but time is not really a problem because we can run multiple instances of our scrapers in parallel and scrape pages that way.
Time is money.
Any more questions for We Robots?
What is the business model and pricing model behind your service or product? How you would define it?
Business model is that a lot of industries need data scraped from the web, but we want to target financial data industry. That's where we come from. And that industry is 20 billion a year. Of course, it's dominated by players like Bloomberg and Reuters. But essentially, the way this works, we would charge, for example, per robot, and then a maintenance fee.
Are there some limitation of what kind of data you can actually crawl there? So does it have to be in certain format, or you actually can take it almost anything?
We can deliver data in almost any format. Usually, it's some kind of database, and customer's API can take it from our API.
Any more questions? We have one question in the audience.
Use your smartphone.
Okay, I was wondering, how do you get around the issue that some sites we have a registration, secured places where you have to register the user to get to the data? How do you cope with this problem?
Because our platform can emulate anything that a human being can do with the browser, robot can log in. So it's not a problem.
Thank you, We Robots.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have one of the most prospective startups on Lithuanian ecosystem. Please welcome Domas from Drag This. Woo!
I'm pretty sure that most of you are familiar with this kind of mess. Yeah? Or this, where you can't find anything you need. So why the hell do we end up like that? Unfortunately, it requires effort to be organized. For example, to save this image in an organized way, I need to second click Save Image As, find the folder in the folder system, click Folder, and then click Save. And I need to do it every single time. So sometimes I'm going to be too busy or too lazy to go through all these steps. And I'm just going to, save to the first place I can and create a mess. Drag This will change that once and for all. Because with Drag This, all you need to do is just drag and drop. Drag a link and drop it to your Read It Later folder. Drag a video to Twitter. Drag a piece of text to your research folder. It is extremely simple, and people so far are loving it. After spending a year in closed beta, we launched just last month, and we have 32,000 users. What's even more exciting, they dragged over 1 million times. What's even more exciting, that we spent $0 on marketing. Our user acquisition is built into the product. Now, to understand how this will make money, you need to understand that a drag and drop is an expression of intent, as a search on Google is. With Google, you see ads based on searches. With Drag This, you will see ads based on drag and drops. And as our business, our product, our user acquisition depends on the amount of the drag and drops our users are making, we will enable them to drag and drop anything anywhere. So SoundCloud to Facebook, text to Evernote, files to Dropbox, so on and on and on. And we eventually going to make Drag This as a platform for developers to build their own apps on it. Last year, we raised 200,000 euros from Practica Capital, and we assembled a team of 6 people. Now we are looking for data analysts, mobile developers, business developers, and of course, Series A investment. Because we want to make Drag This experience the default experience for everyone. So let's talk.
Thank you, Drag This. Any question for Drag This?
So you said at some point that your user acquisition is baked into the product. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so you can not only drag these folders, but you can drag to Facebook and Twitter, and soon Tumblr. And every single time when that happens, on Facebook, there's a little, text uploaded via drag this. On Twitter, it's via drag this. So people click that and get to drag this.
And how many of your 32,000 users come from viral social media marketing?
Yeah, so from this exact point, there's not even the third of it, because we didn't roll out this functionality like in full, energy. But as I said, we're going to integrate with Evernote, with Dropbox, G Drive, Tumblr, with all these guys.
What about the retention so far?
The retention?
Do users keep using it?
Yeah, so there's a lot of users using us like even more than a year. But for the last month, half of the user base is coming back. So on weekly basis, it's 1/3. We have 1 million drags. 1 million. It's crazy.
Is this cloud-based? So can you use it with all your devices, the same drags, or do you drag them on your computer, or how does it work?
Yeah, so how it works, it's the sidebar that pops up when you drag something, it's powered by extension that you install in a browser. So it works on Chrome, on Firefox, and Safari. On any platform, so Mac and Windows, both.
But can I access my drags with my iPad, for example, then?
With the iPad, you mean?
Meaning that if I drag on my computer or something, do I have access on my mobile devices to the same drags?
Don't tell anyone, but we're launching mobile website today. So from today on, you can, access anywhere.
Okay, I won't tell anyone.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any final questions for Drag This?
Hello. Last time I've checked, Drag This doesn't create folders for the files or text you drag, right?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Can you?
Drag This doesn't create files or for folders for the files you drag.
You mean it doesn't store on your computer or what?
No. I mean, when you need to organize the information, you create folders, and you said there was a research folder, there was a read later folder. Does Drag This create those?
Sorry, I'm not getting you. Are you talking about subfolders?
Yeah, I mean the structure, how you organize the information that you drag.
Sorry, we'll have to... Can we chat like one-on-one? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Really sorry.
Thank you,
Thanks again.
So next on stage we have Intentex. Please welcome Intentex on the stage.
Hi everyone. My name is Dorin Sandulescu, and I want you to meet our friend Andy. Andy here, he's working in the sales department. And let's just say that he's not the best salesperson in his office. But after exchanging a few emails, he's about to land a huge client. And then he sends one last email. Now Jane here, who's the client, she reads the email and suddenly the whole deal is off. Andy has no clue what he did wrong. He doesn't know what happened. Now, the interesting thing is that in the time it takes for me to say this sentence, about 20 million emails have just been sent. And about 90% of the time, the person who's reading the email thinks that they interpreted the message as it was intended. But in fact, only half of the time they are right. So now let's get back to our story. As you might imagine, Andy's boss is extremely angry and is desperate because he knows he messed up once again and he's about to lose his job. And Jane is furious as well. But luckily for Andy, he discovers our new text analysis technology. So he analyzes his email and finds out that the tone of it was too negative and even pushy. In order to fix everything, he decides to write a new email to Jane. But this time, our system alerts him that the message is too negative. So just as easily as working with a spell checker, Andy is able to correct the tone of his message by simply changing some of the problematic words which are pointed out to him. And then our system approves, so he can send the email. Now, in order to make all this possible, we have been working on our technology for a good number of years now, and we're finally ready to launch it. And we don't just focus on emotions. In fact, this is just one of the 7 different categories of results that we currently have working right now. Now, behind this technology, we have a team of specialists across different fields, at the center of which is Vadim Dechtiar, Lithuania's first trainer of neurolinguistic programming. He studied how language impacts people with the co-creator of NLP. But now let's get back to our story. Here's Jane. She reads the last email that she received from Andy, and this time she feels excited. And she changes her mind and decides to go ahead and make the deal after all. Her response changed as a result of Andy's improved communication. As you can imagine, Andy is extremely happy, his boss is delighted, and Jane is a satisfied customer. Now our goal for Intentex is clear. We want to take this from a startup and grow it into an international market leader into the field of text analysis and communication tools. And we're looking for an investment of minimum 500,000 euros to set up a development office in Vilnius or in Lithuania and create our end user products based on our technology. So if you're looking for a startup with huge potential, I recommend that you remember this name, Intentex. Thank you.
Any questions for Intentex?
So how many languages do you support?
For now, we support English, and we're focusing on the American market, so American English, mostly because there are some differences with British English.
So your sales and business development will be in the States, not in Europe?
Yeah, we'll be in the States, and later on we'll probably add more languages, popular languages like German or French, but we need to do more research for those.
Okay. And your sentiment analysis, that's fully your own technology, or you're using some other technologies for this?
No, it's our own technology. Some of the research is done like officially in universities, and it's public. You can access it and view it. But a lot of the research that we have done is ourselves, especially the parts that come from neurolinguistic programming.
Who's your customer? Who are like the perfect
our customers?
Customer?
Yeah, for now we're focusing, well, our market is range. We can impact a lot of people, but we're focusing mostly on businesses, anybody who works with client services and who sends a lot of emails. We also want to focus on politicians because it's a tool that can create powerful influence, offer powerful ways to influence. And after all, it's for anybody who communicates in English, who has a website, who has a web presence, and wants to communicate more effectively and get his message across better.
So where are you going to integrate this to? So is it a separate product or integrate the browsers or word processing software? So where you got email software? So
we want to integrate this with email clients and CRM systems. We have built like an API that we can connect and offer custom solutions. But most of this will be on the cloud, so anybody can just access it.
Can you also use this technology to sort my mailbox so that good news are in one folder, bad news are in folder for tomorrow, and so on?
Well, you know, we have the technology and we just want to develop the front-end products. We have a lot of ideas. That definitely is one that we can do. We just need to create the actual products, the interface for them, and you know, just as easy as making email alerts, we can create that as well, of course.
Any final questions? No, doesn't seem like that, right? Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Intentex. So we came to an end of the first session. We have one last startup who's going to be presenting. So last but not least, I would like to invite Job Rely on the stage. Job Rely.
Hi, everybody. I want you to think for a minute. Did you ever notice that people you really want to achieve, to reach, and have in your company are currently passive? Passive in the job market. For me, it was quite the same when I was building the job relay team. I needed for my team the best people I could have in HR, who have experience in the foreign markets, in IT and business intelligence, in sales, marketing. And I managed to get the best I could. However, these kind of people weren't active on the labor market. But relax a bit, because people you want to hire are actually easily found, because we are part of someone else's network. Therefore, we made an easy-to-use online solution, which is a referral system, or in other words, a crowdsourced recruiting source, where user easily, in few clicks, can recommend a person he knows and who is suitable for your positions. And at the end, he gets a cash reward. So user is really motivated because he gets the cash, as I mentioned, because the system is really easy to use and it attracts all the information, gathers it, and at the end provides you a really good feeling because you helped your friends. And you get your personal job opportunities as well. For the companies, it's easy. You get rated and sorted candidates list, so this means that you are saving your time on recruitment. And your message is spread wider, because you get additional publicity. And at the end, well, some of the recommenders are the people who are actually working for recruitment. Our current state, just in 1 week, we managed to attract 10 companies and to have more than 15,000 liters to give away for our users. And we loved it. We already got made 140 recommendations just in a week. But however, this is really a short time. So for growth, we need 300K investment, which will be used for expansion, mobile presence, and of course, development and integrations. So we have a vision to become a connection between a business who is seeking for employees and companies. Companies who have talent pools and who can recommend and suggest people. So please contact me. Let's speak about how you can join us and be a game changer in HR and recruitment market. Because the current recruitment doesn't work. So thank you, and I'm open for your questions.
Any questions for Job Rely?
Oh, everybody's waiting for the break, as I see.
No questions. Okay, thank you very much, Job Rely. Okay, so we have come to an end of the first pitch session. So what's going to happen next is that jury would tot up their scores. And after next speech, we'll announce the 2 winners. So when jury is deciding who are going to go to the finals, let me introduce our next speaker. And we talk here a lot about how to raise money, how to grow. And this next speech is going to be what happens when you're already close to raising money and you need lawyer support in order to get the important things right. So Milda Jasaitienė, Senior Associate at Evershed and Saladžius, will talk about how to negotiate your investment wisely with your future investments. So Milda, please welcome on the stage.
Hi all, I am Milda Jasaitienė, and now we have 15 minutes until another pitch challenge starts, and I would like you to present with a topic. I hope it will be quite an interesting one. It's about negotiations between the startups and the investors. I hope this topic will be just on time, because even at this conference there may be that some of the startups will meet the investors and maybe agree upon the funding. So let's imagine that it happens, and that just a startup meets some investor who seems to be really interested in the product that the startup is developing, and they agree upon the funding. And you found an investor, and it seems that the main job is done, but is it really so? So let's move to the question, what the topic is about, that how to negotiate your investment wisely. So first of all, I would like you to understand that the sum of the investment is not the single important thing that you need to agree with the investor. The term sheet, the shareholders agreement, or any other agreement that you will sign with the investor will have a lot of other important provisions which will determine how you will work in future, how your product will be developed, what will be your goals, and so on and so forth. So it's not only about the sum. And just agreeing with the investor and signing a term sheet, it's a bit like marriage. And well, we all know that you cannot buy a new car without an approval of your wife, or you cannot go home at 3 a.m. without giving a proper advance notice. So it's quite the same with the investor. When you sign the term sheet with the investor, you will have a lot of obligations according to that, and such as accountability, such as sharing decision making, and similar. So before entering into that, you should really check that your future hopes and dreams with the investor are the same, and at that you will be able to work together. And if it is not the case, then maybe you should even be ready to walk away from the deal, even if the money offered is quite good. So let's imagine that you and the investor talked, and well, you seem to be on the same page, and you're about to start the negotiations. So now you will need to understand what your negotiating leverage would be. So how should you know that? Well, if you are an early stage startup with not a very well developed product and not known in the market, you might be that guy in there, but it may be totally otherwise, and you may ask yourself some of the questions which by answering which you just may decide how strong can you push at the negotiations. And the questions could be, for example, who approached whom? If the investor found you, it really means that they are already interested in you and that they know you, and you will definitely be in a better position. Later, does the investor want the deal? How can you know that? Well, usually it will be economic reasons of the investor. That means that you have a great perspective to be profitable, you are known in the market. But on the other hand, there may be some non-economic reasons, such as, let's say, well, the investor is he really likes your idea, and he thinks that it may have some impact in future, and these are the reasons that also may push the investor to want to invest in your startup more. The third thing, and I think that it is the most important thing, is your options. There's no need to explain that if you have a plan B or C, you will always be in a better position. That means if you are negotiating with more than one investor at the same time, or more than one investor is interested in your product, it's a general rule that you will be able to receive just a better deal. The fourth question could be how quickly you need the funding. For example, if you do not need to receive the funding like today or even yesterday, then you will have time to negotiate. You will have time just to look for a plan B, let's say, or even to walk away at that time if you do not find these terms that are offered to be very attractive to you. So basically, the negotiating leverage depends on the timing when you are negotiating. So if you can, just choose the best timing for your startup. Now let's go to the term sheet. which will be likely to be sent to you by the investor. It is totally normal that you will receive a draft document, and it will be usually the document that the investor is usually works on it. It has the structure which is usually used by the investor, and so on. So it seems that a lot of work has been already done for you, and you do not need to spend any legal fees on that. But you should also know that a lawyer, while drafting any document for his client, will always make the first draft to be very beneficial to his client. And no matter what transaction would be, the startup funding or premises lease or whatever transaction. But I may even tell you a secret that when the lawyer drafts the first document, he does it to be so beneficial to his client that no lawyer ever believes that it will be the last draft and the final draft which is signed by both of the parties. So when you receive the first draft, you should just treat that as only the starting point for negotiations. And also, do not let the investor to just negotiate any of the points of the term sheet by just saying that this is a standard agreement and we do all deals according to this. Because this is not true, and there is nearly no such thing as standard terms, because, well, the structure of the agreement may be standard. The issues that need to be discussed with the investor may be standard, but basically the terms are the ones that you agree upon. So when you receive the document, it is normal not to rush and sign it right away, but just to read it carefully, to understand the consequences, and just start negotiating. I will not go just through all the terms that should be included in the term sheet, but I would like just to mention some of them. First of all, I would like you to pay attention when you receive the term sheet on the clauses which relate to your personal liability. Well, basically, the investor invests in your startup, your business, and your business can go up, it can go down, it can even fail. And in such case, you will lose your effort, you will lose your time, and the investor loses its money. But it should be like this, and you should check that the term sheet would not include any provisions related with your personal liability, like no personal sureties, no personal guarantees, and no similar stuff. And you just need to leave yourself a possibility to start fresh if your business, let's say, fails, and your business is just... You decide not to go on with it, and just you should be able to start over without any outstanding debts from your previous businesses. Also, in the beginning, I just mentioned that there will be a lot of other terms, important terms in the term sheet, besides the sum of the investment that you will need to agree with the investor. It could be management structure. Let's say the venture capital fund may want to have a seat in your board, or decision-making process. For example, the VC may want to have some veto rights when adopting some of the decisions. Control of everyday activities, that would be, you will need to decide how much the VC will be involved in everyday activities such as hiring people, opening new offices, then also accountability. And these are all the terms that need to be agreed and resolved until the signing of the term sheet. And just to conclude, I would like to say that I don't think that there is one recipe how to negotiate the term sheet. The only thing is that you need to read the terms that I offer to you and understand how it will work in practice. And if you are not comfortable with these terms, then you can negotiate, you can just argue your position, or even to compromise in some cases. But still, you should be also ready to walk away from the deal if you see that, well, you cannot just work on these terms that are offered to you. And also, what I would like to say that you should not fall for the lines when the other party at the negotiation say to you, well, that's a standard provision and we are not going to use it in practice, or this is only a warranty and we are not applying it. These just phrases are usually said when people talk about liability clauses, about fines which are being set in the contract. But you need to understand that everything what is on the paper, it has legal power, and what is said, not necessarily. So it is so that, well, when everything goes well, usually people are happy, and happy people do not read contracts at all. And contracts are being read and applied only when things go not so well. And in such case, well, we have a lot of clients who are sincerely surprised when they just read what the contract that was signed in the beginning of the deal, let's say, when everybody were enthusiastic, and they just cannot believe that is the contract that they put their signature on. So you should not put yourself in such a position, and you should just try to put some effort in the beginning in negotiating the contract, and later on it might save you a lot of headache. And the terms that you are agreeing upon, they may be better, they may be worse, but the most important thing is that you should feel that you are comfortable with these terms, you can just work on them, and also it's very important that you feel that it was the best deal that you could get at that very moment. And later, I don't know, maybe it's just a little bit of luck and hard work. And like the final remark, maybe I would like to give you an advice like a lawyer. So, well, the advice would be that you should consider just getting professional legal advice in this case. Because, well, the lawyers, sometimes people say that they create problems, but sometimes they may actually help. And of course, the final call in the negotiations will still be made by you, and but still the lawyer can just guide you through this procedure, through this complex procedure, more smoothly. And once again, just asking a question, how to negotiate your investment wisely? Well, one of the answers maybe could be just keep calm and hire a lawyer. So thank you very much. And I don't think that we have enough time for questions and answers, but I will be here around after the presentation, and if you have any issues or you need to discuss anything, so I will be glad to help you and just to talk to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Milda, for this presentation. And I already have the results from the first batch of pitch competition. So the two companies that go into tomorrow's finals are Dragdis and Simple to Act. Congratulations, and we look forward to see you in the finals tomorrow. So now we're moving to the second batch of our pitch competition. Let me just remind you what are the rules. So we have, again, 10 companies, 3 minutes each for presentation, and 3 minutes Q&A by our investors. It's going to be 3 minutes sharp, and companies will be interrupted if they go over that, but so far there's no problem with this. So we have a new jury in place who are going to be evaluating our startups. So on jury, we have Alexander Pavlov, Ru.net. We have David Roberts, the other side of the tracks. We have John Henderson, Wistor Capital. We've got Christian Lanema, it's Ambient Sound Investments. We've got Martin Talvari, it's Startup Sauna. And we have Mindaugas Glodas, who just joined us. He's a partner at Nextry Ventures. We've got Peter Van Zaben, who's Startup Bootcamp. We've got Sagi Gulyanka, who is TMS Site. We have Elena Fironova, which is E-Ventures, and Antanas Jankauskas, Angel Investor. So the rules are right, the rules are clear, and I think we're pretty much ready to go with our first startup. Is our first startup ready to go? Yeah. Please welcome on the stage Watchar. Round of applause for Watchar.
Good day. My name is Evaldas. I'm the guy wearing this cool white t-shirt, and I will represent Watchar. So, attention to the screen. Let's applause. Come on, guys. So, I have a question. Who agrees that advertising consumes a lot of money of business? Raise your hand. Anyone? Yeah, okay. And who thinks that innovative technology should be very easy to use? Raise your hands. Okay, so that is the reason that we try to solve, and that is why we build Watchar. So it's the problem. It's difficult and expensive. We wish to make things very easy, and we offer to use templates. What is AR template? Template is a digital scene, including a predefined layout and a content, like 3D, like pictures and videos. It's very cost-effective, it's very profitable, and super easy to use. You can use drag and drop, and just like that, create your augmented reality solution. So on the whole, Watchar is a marketplace for augmented reality. It's actually a website where users can buy and developers can sell their own augmented reality templates. Perfect. And you can use those templates to increase your sales with mobile commerce. You can use to promote your brands or entertain your users. And some digits about the market. There are more than 60 million active augmented reality users globally. And of course, I will mention some monetization. We will charge people for paid templates and premium features. Plus, we will take 20% of commission from the developers each transaction. Nothing would be possible with a perfect team. And some milestones. Our company invested more than $50,000 and we earned cash. So keep calm, and whatever happened, just remember, Watchar!
Thank you, Watchar. Any questions for Watchar?
How are you selling your product? Is it online sales or do you use direct sales force?
Sorry, can you repeat it louder?
How are you selling your product? Is it direct sales force that you use or is it online sales?
I still don't hear it, sorry. I don't.
How are you selling your product?
The selling, actually it's, we don't have the the business website. It's not published yet, but it's a website where people come as a traditional website. It's a marketplace where one buy, the others sell. So you come, you choose, you pick a template. Let's say a template for a business card or a flyer. You can customize it by adding or removing simply with drag and drop features your own content, like your own standing as a 3D. You can put your text, pictures, videos, links, anything, and then pay 20, 50 bucks instead of several thousand, and use it in your campaign or something.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sourcing of products, key destinations, where to source. What's your estimates of the number of people that you will be able to source that from? And how do you make them produce the content if that is needed, essentially?
Yeah, we have several plans, several directions. One of them is selling the content to advertising agencies as well as different companies. The advertising companies has their portfolio of their clients, and agencies sell the solution to their clients. And when a company, no matter what company, when they buy the solution of HR, their clients, their users, the customers of the users of smartphones, they have to download the app. And when you download the app, for example, Adidas or Nike, he offer download this app and get 20% discount to any pair of our shoes. So we get the users of our clients, and everybody happy. Any questions?
Thank you, Watchar.
Thank you.
So up next, we have another startup, and they are called Site Pro. Please welcome Site Pro to the stage. Clicker.
Hello, my name is Philip. I would like to present you why our project Site.pro is so successful. Do you have your own website? I see that yes. Over 100 million people in the world have their own websites. And all of them periodically go to the hosting panel to make some management of emails, domains, or web pages. And what happens is that there are a lot of website builders in these hosting panels. And what's the problem? That every website builder at the bottom have to adapt and make different versions for every hosting platform. And the result, the quality of these website builders is very poor. 100 million people use bad quality website builders. What we did, we produce next generation website builder that is compatible with all server platforms. And we can satisfy all hosting needs. We get a lot of positive feedback from hosting providers, from users, and start scaling our product. People using our product, hostings using our product, some big hosting providers ask to make their own clouds with our product. And some hosting providers make bigger clouds than we are. Every new page appears faster than new speaker on this stage. Why people use us? This man can go now, register on our website, connect his domain name, make fashionable website. It takes 2-3 minutes, and everything's for free. If there are some hosting providers there, they can go select our website, just install our platform on his hosting. It has 30 languages. It's very easy to integrate. Our team works together 10 years. And we make a lot of products in a lot of countries. And we really understand user needs. We provide about 1,000 products for different customers. We bought this domain name in January. In March, in February, we have strategic partner. Now we have constantly growing income. And about 1 million people who tried our interface. Then we're waiting for funds, we're waiting for partners, we're waiting for some investors, and waiting for your questions.
Yeah, thank you, SitePro. Investors, do you have any questions?
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thanks for the presentation. How are you going to attract your customers? How to grow your user
How can
base?
I?
How are you going to attract your customers, your users? What are the channels of attraction, customer acquisition?
How I advertise or how I check the customer?
Customer acquisition channels.
How are you going to find business?
How I advertise, I don't understand, sorry.
How are you going to find your clients?
Okay. We have very good model. These users are using our service for free. They generate a lot of traffic for us. And hosting providers saying, I need this product. I said, please take it. And we use no any advertisement channels. We use maybe sending some mails per day, that's all. And we are growing extremely fast. Just a good product. I think that the best way to sell your product is just have a good product. To invest in sales team, just these guys, everybody of you can go to our website, make a website, connect your domain name, and everything is for free. Is it interesting for you? A lot of people can do this for free. They generate traffic, and hosting providers stay paying us because they use the same service, something like that. We can do the same thing like Wix, be totally free, and be profitable.
It's viral. It's word of mouth, right?
Yes, it's word of mouth and and a lot of people. And it's working. It works.
Any more questions for SitePro? No, SitePro. Thank you very much. So up next, we have a company called Kissel. Welcome Kissel.com on the stage.
Hello, my name is Alexander. I want to represent you our startup Kissel.com, which was created to help manufacturers to sell their products and services not only in their native countries. You know, it's rather difficult to open new markets because it requires additional decisions for marketing and takes a lot of effort. All of those things increase the cost of goods, and millions of companies all over the world have to solve this problem every day. We can represent you a manufacturer of pipes from Czech Republic who wants to sell his products in Kazakhstan and some other countries. What can he do in that situation? He can promote his own site, if any, on target markets, but he must have a site per each target country, or at least a subdomain on a website. Otherwise, there will be problems with search engine optimization and advertising. Also, he can register paid account on such platforms as Alibaba.com, Prom.ua, Allbiz, but it's rather expensive and don't cover a lot of countries. But we can solve his problems cheap and easy. All he needs is to add his products to our platform only once, translate it for target markets with our help, and start to sell his products all over the world in several clicks. To grow, we have 2 affiliate programs to grow fast. It's one for a site with large attendance, and another one for regional retailers. This way of expansion of audience is best for us because our clients will have additional traffic, and and websites will have a new way of monetization. We have a good traction. We are growing about 30% a month, about 700 of companies registered during the last 3 months, and we have a couple of paid clients who help us to improve our system. Kissel.com uses freemium business models, so our clients can use our basic features absolutely free for a while. And in future, we will compete Alibaba.com, Allbiz, and Prom.ua. Do less, sell more. Kissel.com. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Kissel. Any questions from the jury?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Could you explain in one sentence what you exactly are doing? Because I didn't got it at all. In one sentence.
What we are providing?
Yeah, no, what you're doing with your company. In one sentence.
We're providing cheap and easy way to export your goods in other countries. If you want to check if you have any possible clients in other regions, we can give you that possibility. We have a number of sites in each domain zone, for example, Kissel.ru, Kissel.by, Kissel.com.ua, and so on. So if you want to sell in a number of countries, you just you register on our site, add your products, and pay just only for target companies, $10 per domain per month. So if you give us $120, you can sell your products in other countries till the year.
So does that mean you handle all the logistics and tariffs and everything that might come with importing goods?
Oh, sorry, don't hear you. It's quite noisy.
Do you handle all the logistics and the tariffs that would come with importing goods, or how does your service work?
It's not our way. We want to be just an ecosystem which generates leads for another businesses. In near future, we plan to integrate with another services like Quatroller, Ordinary, MailChimp. So we provide additional features for our clients, and they instead of developing it, and we don't pay for development. Instead of it, we earn money on affiliate programs of our partners. That's our way. So we want to be like a lead generation for businesses. We are focusing on real sector of economic, on B2B sector. We don't want to be B2C because we don't want to compete with Amazon and such huge companies. It's not our way.
Any more questions? Quick question? No, I think we're done. Thank you, Kissel. So now let's talk Bitcoin. Up next, we have SpectroCoin.
Hi, my name is Vytautas, and today I would like to present my company SpectroCoin, who is providing a virtual currency services for all Europe. There are 3 key groups of Bitcoin users on the planet. There are early adopters, the people who like their cryptography-based currency. There are investors, the people who try to benefit from their price fluctuations. And there also are business entrepreneurs, the people who actually gain the value from Bitcoin by using it as a way of payment, by having frictionless transactions. And that's our target market. However, with all these benefits of frictionless payments, there are 3 risks. The first group of risks are actually know-how risks, actually how to use Bitcoins. There's a usage risk, there's the storage risk, actually how to store Bitcoins, how to know it, how to do it, and also payment verification risk. There's also technology risks, most associated with security and stability, because you have to have uptime for 100% to process the payments. Most importantly, there are financial risks, because when you accept payments in Bitcoins, you don't be too exposed to the price of Bitcoin. That's why you actually want to be able to cash out. And here comes SpectraCoin, because we provide the solution for all the services, for all these risks. We provide the exchange service to exchange from Bitcoins to euros and vice versa. We provide a Bitcoin wallet solution for people to mitigate the technology and know how to use it. And also we provide the merchant solution to let shops to accept payments in Bitcoins for goods and services they sell. And that's actually how our homepage looks today. And why us? Firstly, because in-house we have 6 years of experience of managing electronic currency exchange. Also, we have 7 years of experience in-house of developing IT systems for medium and large financial institutions. Also, we have financial experience in-house, generally in institutions such as Cambridge University and Bloomberg. Most importantly, we have a strong infrastructure. Firstly, we have a strong and scalable IT infrastructure, which can let us to expand all over the globe, but most important, which is developed for payment processing. Also, we have quick payments, and not only Bitcoins, which is our key advantage, because we can process their normal withdrawals and deposits in 1-2 hours, when our competitors can do it in 2-7 days. And we have a sustainable and one of the strongest financial and legal infrastructures, at least in Europe. We still enjoy the fast movers advantage, because we have a track record of more than 1 year of operation. We are a dominant player in some European markets. We have a self-sustainable growth, and we have a lead investor for our next funding round. And actually, when you ask yourself, what differentiates companies who are successful from the ones who are not successful? Let's think like you say, why you think the product is a successful brand or so on. And actually, it's when somebody starts to quantify their goods or services they use. And actually what happened for us last week, we found a web page who is actually phishing, a scam site, but using our kind of similar logo to us. They're using our social network presence, and actually that shows that we have a strong brand name in the market. And I would like to close this presentation by saying the motto of our company, that we don't sell, we provide services. Thanks for attention, and questions are welcome.
Thank you, SpectraCoin, for such a speedy presentation. Jury, do you have any questions?
Anyone? Please.
Bitcoin exchanges?
Yes, we are. As I had mentioned, the point is our key advantage is because we have extremely strong financial, which means banking infrastructure as well as legal. So as an example, the number of banking partners we have is the same as all our European competitors have together. So that shows that actually we are not reliable on one banking partner. As well, another key advantage is because we have this payment processing focus on Bitcoin, not the Forex type exchange when our competitors are doing. Because most people focus on the investor side, the people who want to get profit or loss from just trading Bitcoin, while they focus more on the Bitcoin as a protocol to process payments. And we focus more on the retail side. And like not many the companies who are providing the wallet solution, which we do, but they only provide wallet. The companies like BitPay who provide the merchant solution, but they only provide it. And there are some exchanges. But like there's only few solutions who have everything in-house. Because actually every part is important for a business to be able to accept payments in Bitcoins or other cryptocurrencies.
I'm just wondering what you think the value in tying together wallets, exchanges, and merchant services are? Why do all three rather than specialize in one?
If I heard the question right, so why we offer wallets and merchants as well? So still the key profit generating site is the exchange, and that's actually where we charge our clients. But to make Bitcoin user-friendly, because as I mentioned, we are more focusing on the retail people. Actually, people who can use it for payments or business entrepreneurs who actually accept it as a way of payment. That's why they need this solution to have a Bitcoin wallet somewhere safe, not at their computer, so they don't have to think about the security issues. And also, like about merchant solution, when we want to process the payments, they have to have an uptime of 100%. Also, it's most important to mention that Bitcoin is still an experiment. So there's a high risk of Bitcoin failing, like a protocol. So that's why it's better to outsource it to somebody like us, who actually can manage the protocol risk by knowing the protocol better than a company can do. Of course, they can do it in-house ourselves, but that will take a lot of time and a lot of knowledge to do it. So that's why it's better to go to us and just have all-in-one solution for it. I still have 40 seconds. Anyone?
Any more questions?
My time is expensive, so. 32 seconds, 31 seconds, 30, 29.
Oh my. Okay, thank you, SpectreCoin. Up next, we got a company called Eileen. Eileen, welcome on stage.
All right, go Eileen. So, hello everyone. I promise to talk slower. I'm Vidas, and I'm here to tell you a story of business, which starts with a famous quote from Winston Churchill himself. He who fails to plan is planning to fail. Yes, my story is all about planning, project management, and team organization. Basically, there are tons of great tools for all these purposes, which each of them has their own particular area, but people somehow still fail to choose the right one for the job. Like using Excel, it's basically the most popular tool for project task management. What the hell? You have like thousands of lines of text, and your eyes eventually will hurt around that. Or Microsoft Project, which is basically a great tool for planning, yet it lacks daily routine organizational stuff. That is a problem. Well, we were doing pretty much the same at our own company until one day enough was said. Let's move to visual task management. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how Eileen board was born. We developed not a single tool, but a whole toolbox instead. So no more third parties. Plan, execute, integrate to existing environment, organize your stuff, and measure everything. Eileen is created on agile and lean methodologies. So I know you're thinking, yeah, I've seen a bunch of those tools on the web. They're all the same. Wrong. Eileen is way different. We create value by integrating to business-critical tools, which are already owned by our customers. Like, we integrate to Visual Studio TFS, which is loved by developers. Or we add new value for project managers to integrating to Microsoft Project. Or even Office tools like Outlook, Excel for salespeople. Next, we are on-premises deployed solution. So high security companies just love us, like weapon manufacturers or banks. Let me tell you 3 more things. 6 is for people in our team, 1,000 is for companies in our portfolio, and 100,000 is for annual revenues. This slide will tell more than 1,000 words would do. Yes, they are using Eileen. And, oh, sorry, there's even more coming out. So all of them won't fit in here. So let's cut to the chase. What do we seek? Simple, just $2 million. We need to grow faster, that's it. So anyone with ideas and offers are welcome at our booth right there. So let's grab a coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I will wait you, or okay. Thank you for the pitch. And how do you earn? How do you monetize?
All right. Glad you've asked. We have 2 different business models. One, well, basically we acquire users through free software for personal use, and then there's a team version with the most benefits, like additional integrations, support of reporting and analytics, and that's paid in that price out there. 1,000 companies, as I mentioned. There are more unpaid users, but we have 1,000 companies in our profile that are paying annually for our project.
Do you employ a sort of converter with other files? If somebody creates a project on, say, Office, could it be converted into your software as well?
Can you repeat? Sorry, the speaker.
Does it convert from other projects to yours, or can you go back and forth?
Yes, there's a great example of use case. Like, people were using in this developer company Microsoft Visual Studio TFS, which is for developers. They were doing their task management in there until one day they started using Eileen, which transfers all the tasks to Eileen. So eventually, they ended up using Visual Studio TFS because it's good for coding, but not so good for task management. That's why they had Eileen. No questions?
Any more questions? Yeah?
Jokes?
No, thank you very much.
All right, so thank you very much.
Next on the list, we have Mike Kogo. Please welcome Mike Kogo on the stage.
Hello, everyone. I will try to speak slower than the previous guy. So my name is Tuams, and this is Mike Kogo. He's like a Tamagotchi, but he lives in my mobile device. And in order to keep him healthy, I have to feed him updates from my social network accounts. So he eats my Facebook posts, my Instagram images, and my tweets. For example, he develops depending on what information I have been feeding him. So, for example, if I feed him more happy updates, my Kogo gets happier. He also grows bigger depending on what media type I feed him. So if I feed him more images, he could grow another eye, for example. The most interesting part of this game is how I feed my Kogo. After I have made a certain amount of posts, a new game level is created. And these levels are also unique because your photos and videos are used to create custom level design and architecture. So each time you go and play the game, it's a level designed custom for you with your images and videos. Another cool feature is that Kogo, in return, stores and archives the information you have been feeding him so you can access it later. It gets stored in these crystals. So let's say, for example, that you're looking for an image that you posted a year ago, but you do not remember what social network you used. With the help of Kogo, you can do a cross-platform search and find what you're looking for in no time. There are many games in app stores available right now, and many of them use this Tamagotchi gameplay principle, but none of them are like my Kogo, because my Kogo is connected to your social network account and is unique for every user. For those of you wondering, this is not an NSA side project, and we're not planning to use the information illegally. And we are currently a team of 2 people, a designer and a project manager, and we're looking for a development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike Kogo. Jury?
How are you making money on this game?
Money? It's a simple, like many other games do. It's a freemium model. We are planning to make the game free, but offer in-app purchases to allow users to customize my Kogo in more ways.
How do you plan to acquire users?
Acquire users. I think with the games, basically, you have to make a great game, great visuals, great story, and that's the way for the games. Yeah.
Games are built with like the flow element, right? It's like not too difficult, but it's also not too easy. That's why you keep playing the game. Do you think with your feature with the social media integration, it will be enough that people are going to play your game?
I think that's actually one of the pros for my Kogo, because it's not like the other games that after a while when you finish a certain amount of levels, it stops. It grows with you and it develops over time. So there is no ending for the game and you are encouraged to play more and more. But it's also not like with the games that are always the same when you play them. It's different every time. Okay.
Any more questions from the jury? No. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you.
Next startup we have is called Sky Biometry. Sky Biometry on the stage.
Hello, my name is Justas Kranauskas. At Sky Biometry, we run face recognition technologies as a service. Today, every application which allows users to upload their photos can generate piles of data. And it's not enough to store it anymore, especially if it contains faces, right? We humans are very good at recognizing familiar faces. However, usually people are not very scalable. That's why we offer a full range of face recognition technologies as a scalable service in the cloud. In other words, if you send a photo to our service, you get the locations of all faces in that image immediately. Additionally, for each located face, our service will predict gender, age, emotion of that face, or even, for example, do you wear glasses? Even more, much more, it can find similar faces among all your photos. Why do you need this? For example, one of our customers pays professional photographers to take photos at different events like this, and in one evening, thousands of images are captured. Previously, it took them several days to sort, to group these photos by faces. But today, with our face recognition technology, almost all the photos are sorted and grouped by faces almost instantly. They can be delivered to the corresponding persons even during the same event. Our business model is subscription-based premium, which means that you can get several thousand API calls for free, and you have to pay for the rest. And we are growing. Over 2,500 developers already use our API in their applications. Our service already handled more than 33 million of their requests. We know our competitors. They're really good. But our clients told us that they're happy with our face recognition accuracy and quality of service overall. Face biometrics market is estimated to grow 3 times in 5 years. So we're here because we're looking for partners, business partners, to start our active sales worldwide. Thank you.
Questions, please?
So who are your target customers? Who are your target customers? Who do you try and sell to this technology?
Well, we segmented the market into like 4 segments, and this includes good old personal authentication by face. It includes dating sites, social networks. As an example, in my slides, all the online photo services, galleries, and the last but not least is advertisement companies. Actually, large part of our income comes from advertising companies which personalize advertisement to the customer by his face.
Thanks for the presentation. So you named your competitors. So what is the key differences you would point out on the product side and on the customer side?
Sorry, didn't get it.
You named your competitors on the slide. What are the key differences from the product side and from the customer side?
From the product side, we are kind of similar, but as I told, our clients loved that our face recognition accuracy was better, and they loved the quality and easily used service.
Any more questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have 3 startups left. And up next is Arrow and Pillow. Please welcome.
Hello, fellow nerds. My name is Justinas, and I'm also a traveler. And whenever I say, and I have traveled around in 5 continents. That's Europe and others. And whenever I say that to people, they say like, "Oh, so you're like a tourist?" And actually, no, I'm not. I'm exactly the opposite of a tourist, and I hate tourists, and this is why I'm here. I just hate. Not like I'm walking around hating on tourists. No, when I travel, I hate tourists because they always form lines of stupid photographing tourists, and they're just like, like I have been to Paris for 3 times, never seen Mona Lisa. Why? Because of the lines, like, those tourists that they speak on the line like, "Oh my God, Casey, like, have you seen Mona Lisa yet?" She's like, "Oh my God, she's like so fabulous. I heard that she doesn't have eyebrows." So we're like sisters. It's just that I drew my eyebrows on top of my shaved ones, so I would like look really surprised whenever I'm talking to people. I like, shut up! I don't want to hear that. This is the problem with traveling. You meet tourists, and what I want to do is I want to go somewhere and just have, a nice, find like that nice family-owned cafe where, where the owner is your waiter and cook at the same time, and he's calling you my friend, and he's like, and he gives you that special drink, like that special drink that where you wake up in the morning and you don't have any hangovers, and like he gets this he gets you this traditional pizza, like, oh wait, oh that's from the other presentation, sorry, and this is what you get from tour guides. This is the pizza that you get from tour guides. He provides you with the best pizza in the region. And this is why I like traveling as a traveler and not a tourist. Because, well, to be perfectly honest with you, I just want to be treated like a guest and not as a customer. And I wish there was an app for that. Oh, yeah, there actually is. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury?
Oh, okay. I know what you do because I read about you, but maybe you can explain to others what exactly your business model is. Yeah, so what you do. The question from my side, how are you going to control the quality?
Control the what now?
The quality.
The quality. Alrighty, well, actually, welcome to the question and answer game. Yay! And your question is number 10. Let's just go screw. Yeah, number 10. Here we go. We actually have a database of those nice little grannies that are afraid of tourists because they always get drunk and like bring their kids who paint on the walls. We have those hosts, and they're afraid of tourists. So this is an exclusive club that will provide them with the customers, the guests that are checked out, and they're like in the middle higher salary class. So. We're trying to protect these nice grannies from tourists. That's what we're doing.
How are you going to control the quality?
Well, it's either she checks out after the first customer or not, because it's like a club. You can just leave your leave your review, and if she's if this grandma has some bodies in her in her cellar, we're gonna know about it after the first customer.
Yeah. So what would happen if somebody that owned a bed and breakfast somewhere wanted to pay you a premium to get their place up on your website, like a higher review? Because how else are you going to make money? So I want to know how you plan on making money, and if you're going to allow people to pay for listings on your website.
Well, there's actually a club membership fee, and it's not for free. Like if we would make it for free, this would, get our club full of tourists, and this is exactly what we don't want. We try to protect travelers and the host from the tourists, so you have to pay a €100 membership fee.
Yes. How are you going to market this product? Like, how do you going to find the person who really is
How are we going
to
what, please?
How are you going to market this product?
Well, we have this company in London, and we have their database. We kind of, semi-stole it, and they have their database of hosts, and we have our database of customers, and we're just gonna synergize.
And then you expect there will be more customers.
Yeah, we actually have a list of hosts, and this. What was the question?
So.
Oops.
No. I want to ask the question. No. Like, okay, you have the market, you have a list of emails, you said, for example, to invite the first customers using your product, and then you expect that it grows automatically?
Oh, no. Actually, there's a company in London that they already have the hosts that are checked out. They're already there. And what we're going to do is, with the money that someone's going to give us, we're going to expand, and we have a whole web of these hosts, and they're just waiting for the guests.
Thank you, Arrow and Pillow.
Thank you. Thank you.
So up next, please welcome Max Traffic. Max Traffic on the stage.
Hello, my name is Andis, and today I want to talk about shopping. A few weeks ago, I went to the store to buy a new jacket. I found the model that I liked, the cut, the color, and as you see, I just bought the jacket. So I would say that shopping in retail stores is quite effective. Unfortunately, it's not always the case when shopping online. Only 4% of website visitors actually purchase something. Others just browse their jackets, their electronics and stuff. Some could even say that money on advertising is wasted because most of the visitors will never return to your site. And even the ones that are interested in your products and add them to the cart, 3 out of 5 visitors that add products to their cart, they never purchase, they just leave. So this is the problem that Max Traffic solves. We have created a tool that affects website visitor behavior in order to increase conversions. We do that by showing the right message at the right time. Currently, we have more than 20 different targeting scenarios that allows us to engage visitors within different stages of their visit. But the most effective scenario is exit intent. It targets those visitors that are about to exit the site, abandon the cart or registration form. So here's how it works. A visitor browsing a store finds the product he likes, adds it to the cart, but then he hesitates and he's not ready to purchase. He moves his cursor to the close button, and at this right moment, at the split second, we detect that he's about to exit the site, and we are able to show him a message that would make him to stay on the site and convert. And this is one of the examples, and this strategy actually works. We are able to increase our client sales by up to 15%, and we can help with other areas like gathering new followers for social media or increasing their newsletter subscription base. Here's one example. Eva has a small store in Latvia. She sells women clothing. We approached her. She agreed to test our service, and she used our service with the campaign in her shopping cart. Visitors who were trying to abandon the cart, they saw this message, and what this message does, it informs that the visitors are able to acquire a free delivery. And actually 16% of visitors that were about to exit the site saw the message, they stayed on site and completed the purchase. We sell our product as a service, and we have 3 different subscription plans that suits both smaller sites and bigger ventures. Our market size is huge. Currently we're working from Latvia, but we look forward to expanding to other countries. This is our trial users. We have 50 users, and 10 of them are already paying customers. This is our go-to-market strategy. Currently we're on phase 1, that's direct sales. But later
Thank you very much, Max Traffic. Sorry about that.
No problem, that's my fault. So I'm ready to answer your questions and quickly switch to the last slides.
So any question from the jury?
How hard is this technology to replicate?
So this technology depends on different scenarios. Some of them are not very complicated, but some of them are unique and quite hard to replicate. And that's also one of the things that how we differ from our competitors. They do not have such scenarios.
Have you considered adding a feature where you can pay for items at different times, sort of like crowdsourcing for clothing items through your platform?
Sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
Could it be that they can pay through multiple transactions through your portal? Like one person pays a little bit, then another person pays a little bit through your portal to keep customer loyalty? Is that something you're into?
I don't think so. No, I don't think that's...
That's not what you're going to do? Okay.
No.
Any more questions for Max Traffic? No, doesn't look like that. Thank you very much, Max Traffic.
Thank you.
So we have come to the last presentation of this session. And I would like to invite Kinjar onto the stage. Kinjar.
Okay. All right. So you know when you have a hobby and it grows from a little thing to something much bigger? Well, that's exactly where we are right now with Kinjar. So traditional education model was born in times of knowledge scarcity. This model clearly separates people with knowledge and those without. So not surprisingly, most of the current online schools are simply digital versions of traditional schools. They are using exactly the same model. However, on the web, knowledge is abundant yet diverse. So web produce new learning models, and this is how many of them look like. So forum, for example. Here, there is no one who knows everything, and it's all about sharing on equal basis. The big drawback with these places is their content quality and accessibility. Kinjar is a place where people can organize educational videos into stacks based on their subject. Any member can add videos to stacks, so they always remain relevant and up to date. On Kinjar, content quality is ensured by stacks ratings and video votes on the new suggestions. So these are some of our stats. We launched full version of website 2 months ago. This is our team. So Domas and I are co-founders. Mindaugas is our CTO, and Bart is our legal counselor based in San Francisco. For now, we decided to focus on our best customers, so it would be visual artists. And this is our product, so this is homepage. Our business model is very simple. We take 10% standard commission from all paid stacks and 80% commission from stacks featured by Kinjar. These are our main competitors, and all of them are using traditional approach to education, so this top-down approach. So what's unique about Kinjar? Well, on Kinjar, people can use any video to make their own stack or to contribute to the existing stack. So we don't have clear distinction between teacher and student, and it changes everything. It's very important. So currently we are seeking seed investment of $300,000, and so far over 85,000 is invested in Kinjar. User proceeds, well, very simple, 2 words, user engagement. So people who are learning want to follow their progress, to be tested, to be compared to their fellow students, and to apply their new skills. And that's exactly what we're going to do next. So thank you very much, and open for your questions.
If you're crowdsourcing the content, how do you ensure that it's high quality, and how do you ensure there's no duplication?
Sorry, can you speak up a bit?
How do you ensure the quality of the content you have on the site, and how do you ensure that it's not duplicated within the same stack?
Sorry, quality of the content?
Quality and duplication.
Duplication, all right. So, well, in terms of quality, so it's based on ratings and reviews by users. So that would be, it's a crowd base. So we actually don't censor
unless it's breaking our terms and conditions, some illegal material. As for duplications, well, I guess it's the same. We don't have some specific features in place which avoid that, but I guess same thing would apply. If someone is posting a course or some videos, and after a while, a couple other people uploading that, so it's already not a new thing, so I guess people would vote it down, or it wouldn't get as much traction as the original got. So, I guess. Any other?
Any more questions for Kinjar? No, it doesn't seem like it. Thank you very much, Kinjar.
Excellent. Thank you.
So we come to an end of our second batch of 10 startups presenting. So what's going to happen next is what happened last time. So the jury is going to compile their results. And meantime, when we're calculating everything, we have another presenter who's going to come out and speak quite soon. So we have investors from Poland who are going to come in and talk about how to fundraise money for Central Eastern European startups and how to use crowdfunding or other methods of getting money in. So the representative is from Nomad Fund, and they invest in software as a service, mobile apps, and fintech technologies. So I would like to welcome Włodek Laskowski onto our stage. Give a round of applause. Thank you.
Hi. Probably most of you have heard about crowdfinancing, which is. Can I have a normal microphone, maybe? Middle, okay. Probably most of you have heard about crowdfinancing. It's really quite a big thing in the UK. In fact, UK is leading the way. The US is behind. It's actually not possible to use crowdfinancing in the US and give equity for money. And UK is really the place where you can do it. And a lot of Central European startups have this opportunity, and I think they should seriously consider that. The first thing is, why London? Why UK? First of all, it's the biggest center for venture financing in Europe. All the major funds are there. The US funds have usually some presence. Either they have branches of their own funds or they have partner funds. And it's quite easy for individuals to take part in investments. Namely that the United Kingdom has got the best tax incentive for investors. It's a very simple tax break that they get. It's basically a tax break from income tax. So investors who earn money, they have to pay income tax on their salaries, and normally there's no way to get it back. But through investing in startups, it's possible to get a cashback from the government, and the cashback for investments in companies which aim to raise up to £150,000, that's like almost 200,000 euros. The tax break, the standard tax break is 50%. Also, it's possible to get a waiver of the capital gains tax, so that's another 25%. So all in all, an investor in the UK can get back up to 75% of the money that they invest in a company as a cashback. That created quite a big and fast-growing industry in so-called crowd-financing platforms, where startups can go and they can put their pitches and open them up for investment. Now, the other things to bear in mind is that UK is also a great market in itself to develop and to launch your products. That's why I actually quite like to come here to Lithuania because I believe that you are actually more motivated to come to the UK than Polish startups. In a way, it's strange because Polish startups, they focus first on growing their business in Poland, and most of them are quite satisfied having the Polish market, and they don't really want to take the risk of going outside. Whereas you here in Lithuania, you probably can as well go and launch yourself in the UK because that's the bigger and more interesting market. Now, in terms of the way that I've devised for Central European startups to go and raise money in the UK is to have a twofold approach. The first one is to have a soft launch of your startup. Because if you just come to London from Lithuania, it will be quite difficult for you to get traction, because you come from nowhere, people don't know you, and your chances of raising crowd finance money are not very high. The secret to a successful campaign is that you get the traction early on. That means that you have commitments of investors to bring in at least 30 or 40% of the total amount that you want to raise before you actually launch your campaign. Because by creating that, you show that you have a certain speed of raising money. And those campaigns which do very well, and they actually not only meet the investment targets, but they exceed the minimum level of investments they want to raise, are those which manage to get a good traction. So that's where we set up a Polish City Investment Club. We've managed to partner with Google in London to have a venue, and we basically are open to Central European investment bankers and people in investment banking community who want to invest in startups coming from Central Europe. These guys usually earn quite a lot of money and they pay a lot of taxes, which for them is a great opportunity to get it back from the UK government. So our offer to them is very easy, very simple, and at the same time we also offer them a curated method of working. So they get startups that have been pre-approved by us. On the other hand, I just came back from London and I got a partnership agreement with a couple of the best crowd financing platforms in the UK. And they will basically allow us to have a preferred partner status. That means that the companies that we present to them will be guaranteed to have a place on their platform, which is quite important because they get a lot of applications and they reject quite a lot of them. So we assure them of the quality, and we also assure them that our deals will come already with pre-funding guaranteed. That pre-funding from the Polish City Investment Club is key to the success. It's key to the success of startups that we will bring to the UK market. Of course, there is a condition. The condition in the UK is that it's only a UK registered company which can afford to get a tax break for the investors. For those companies that have been set up in Lithuania already, there is a simple way to manage that, and that's basically to create a UK company as a kind of a holding company, which in turn owns 100% of the Lithuanian company. And then the corresponding shareholding in the Lithuanian company can be moved onto the UK company structure. It's quite a simple thing to do. And also, it opens you up to a diverse range of investors. A lot of investors don't like investing in companies which are incorporated in legal regimes which don't offer very good protection for investors. And most UK investors would have no idea about Lithuanian company law. So this is also a very important thing to bear in mind. So that's basically it. In terms of what you would need to prepare to be considered for getting on the platform is just have an investment teaser. It's quite important to shoot a great video. Video is like the main means of communication with investors. It has to be really funny and sharp and snappy. And also, it has to show the future. It has to show exactly what is it that you want to achieve. So here we are. We are going to launch the Polish City Investment Club on the 29th of April. As I said, this will be done together with Google, so it will be at their offices in Silicon Alley, which is in east of London. We've already got partnership established with Polish City Club, where I am a member. So we have like a guaranteed audience of about 50 people. And we have capacity for about 80 to 100. So we want to have a really great launch. We have our portfolio of starter companies already prepared, but we need companies for the pipeline. We are aiming to have one meeting every month. So if any of you are interested, you are welcome to send your pitches to my email address. Thank you very much. Any questions, or you can ask them now, or you can just approach me anytime you want. I will be here for both days. You can just come up to me and talk to me. So feel free. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we are now ready to announce the second batch of winners. So we have two companies from the second batch who are going to the finals. And these two companies are Aileen, congratulations, and Sky Biometry. Sky Biometry anywhere? So someone should let them know. We are doing a short break and we'll continue our pitch challenge in approximately 10 minutes. Thank you. you. Can you give a round of applause for yourself? Woo! So we have final 10 startups already to present. Again, very briefly, the rules: 3 minutes for presentation, 3 minutes for Q&A, and be very prudent with your time. So 3 minutes sharp. We have a new jury here sitting. So let me briefly introduce people. We have Arvidas Trumskis, Angelų fondas. We have Marek Rusiecki, X7. We have Olga Titova, RUNET. We have Pavel Bogdanov, Almas Capital. We have Riku Sepala, who is Open Ocean Capital. We have Simon Jenner, Oxygen Accelerator. We have Wlodek Laskovsky, Nullman Fund, we just presented. We have Dimitri Zarle, Arctic Startup. Good to see our Scandinavian friends here. Timo Haikala, Samsung. Did I say that right? Okay. Martin Krarup Christensen, Startup Bootcamp. And last but not least, Dovydas Varkulevičius, Enterprise Lithuania, who is not here. Dovydas, are you somewhere here? Yeah, he's coming back. Give a round of applause to Dovydas as well. He had a long day as well. Okay, so let's kick off with our first company. And I would like to welcome on stage Society. Please give a round of applause.
Hi guys. What if I told you that 90% of worldwide effort in one particular area is actually a waste? 90%. It is commonly acknowledged that 90% of IT developers are being occupied at the moment somebody approaches them. And if you think about it, it totally makes sense. As IT developers are pretty demanded nowadays, and we don't have the necessary tools letting us distinguish available ones from the rest. So, my name is Thomas, and I'm here to tell you quickly about Society, a network of professional IT companies helping them to swap clients and developers among themselves. Guys, please meet Jared. He is from a booming IT company, and he gets another task of finding 5 reliable iOS developers. And Jared starts the search. He tries freelancing platforms, IT, HR, outsourcing agencies. He tries personal networks, but experiences different types of problems, such as not finding developers at all, not finding available developers, and simply many of his options contain big failure rates. So, in general, Jared is frustrated. What we're doing is actually helping people like Jared and thousands of them. We're building a network of professional IT companies in which they swap clients and developers among themselves. First of all, our network is based on professional IT companies. That means on professional developers as well. Our platform, our solution is also based on a search engine, which is capable of distinguishing appropriate and, most importantly, available specialists. And finally, I want to stress that our platform removes the conventional bidding system, which we believe is the root cause of many problems, as many professional companies don't bid. They simply have enough clients and don't want to participate on competition on price. Therefore, in many cases, they simply leave such marketplaces as Elance and Odesk. We remove the bidding, we exchange it with a search engine. So what we're offering Jared is actually hiring and starting working immediately. We're offering big scope of competences, and most importantly, we're offering less risks and more control over his project. So Jared is happy. Actually, he's so happy that he decides to take his dream journey to the South Pole naked. But coming back from the South Pole, coming back to Lithuania, we do have here a network already established. We do have more than 20 companies. We do have more than 300 developers in our manually managed network. And we are launching our alpha solution of the search engine and platform tomorrow. We do have more than $60,000 raised in seed funding. We do have a passionate team behind that. And currently, we're looking for extra $40,000 in seed funding. We're looking for consultants, mentors, and we're looking for sales partners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and just remember, 90%.
Thank you, Society. Usual, do you have any questions, jury?
Hi. So, explain me this. the whole world right now is going towards crowdsourcing. They're disrupting the whole market of, by bidding, and that's kind of what's kind of winning the war. And you're going all the way back and going say, hey, we're not going to do that. How do you see that? How are you going to do something what everybody else thinks is wrong?
I mean, if you think about crowdsourcing, in many cases, crowdsourcing is based on freelancers and individuals. What we're doing is going the B2B direction. We're targeting professional companies and developers inside of them. And as I mentioned here, we have concrete value propositions to them. We have our proof of concept case study where they actually start developing, start swapping services, and so on. Did I answer your question?
I guess. Yes.
Okay.
So companies are usually really afraid of losing their developers. So how do you tackle that problem?
Okay, basically, we'll have one thing, agreements. Second, we'll have selected companies within the network. Third thing, we won't have contacts of particular developers. We'll provide with contacts of their PMs. But finally, and most importantly, a solution which came from the companies themselves is the 3 settings of privacy. So basically, one option will be complete privacy and companies using the network internally for themselves, using the platform for themselves to identify the availability of their developers internally. Second option is actually letting them to choose which companies they want to deal with and sharing these resources together with those companies only. And the third option is being open to everyone. So basically, for the biggest skeptics, we offer internal pool, a solution to manage their internal resources. And that's the way they want it to be tackled. So we listen to our customers.
Sorry if I lost in somewhere in the presentation. What's about trustworthiness? If there's going to be a bad developer in the network, and I would tender it, and he would allow us a job. What's then?
So basically, at the moment, we are selecting the companies based on our criteria, on the criteria other IT companies suggested. But with time, we'll build the metrics of performance, how other companies perform, and the search engine will be able to distinguish better ones from the rest. And if someone fails, we'll have a failure in its track record, and you will be able to see that in its profile. So basically, you will still be able to hire that professional, but you will get a clear warning that one time he has already failed. So it's one thing. Second thing, if we have major flaws or something, we simply remove such companies from the network. That's why the network is of selected companies only, and they have to obey to the rules.
And last question. Yeah, sorry, we don't have time. So
thank you, Asaiti. Cheers. Up next, we have a company that is working on business recommendations, B2B recommendations. Please welcome bizrecommends.com on the stage.
Hello, everybody. I'm from business to business world. And let me tell you a story about one of the strangest things in business to business world. We know that 80% of all decisions made by recommendation, but how? By phone or email? Millions, billions, tens of billions dollars worth agreements made by, let's say, 20th century solution. We decided that in 21st century, it's a crazy thing, and we created recommendation platform. This platform has 2 main differences from other projects. It's based only on company accounts, not on people, and recommendations as social interactions. Why? Because it's more simple, it's more easy, and you just can click and see all recommended companies, and it's very transparent. You can see all companies which gave recommendation for company you are interested in. Of course, we know our competitors. LinkedIn, sorry, it's focused on professionals. It's very different from our solution. Yelp or other such services is C2B, not B2B. Google, Yellow Pages, you can find a lot of listings, but no ratings, no quality. Business model, Premium accounts, we have long lists on functionality for additional finance. We started on October. We have 44% user growth rate. And we are operated only in Lithuania. Right now, we are converting to English, and we are looking for global markets. How many companies we have? Small and medium business, 50 million in USA, 5 million in UK. Of course, what we are going to do, never-ending scientific improvement, never-ending. We want to go to English markets and premium accounts. But our vision is much more bigger. We think that recommendation is like a glue which can connect companies together. And we think that this platform could go to business-to-business marketplace. Here, Kęstutis, Paulius, our team, we are looking for investment, advisors, and join today. Thank you.
Thank you, Biz Recommends. Round of questions.
It would like to see, trustworthiness of your platform, because now in LinkedIn, most of the people don't trust, recommendations, because you see that one person recommended the other, and they both put the recommendation on each profile. So how are you going to tackle with this problem? Because now in LinkedIn, most people don't trust the recommendations.
We think that recommendation on people-to-people or human-to-human basis, they're too emotional. When we are talking about company-to-company, they are more responsible, and they do not want to be, let's say, in the list of recommendators for bad company, because they think that this will impact their reputation. Of course, reputation is not mathematics. It's a little bit not let's say, numbers. We will have some feelings that not everything is okay, but we think that we need to give value, not exact one company, but shortlisting, 3-5 companies, let's say PR agencies in Lithuania. Then you will go, talk, check, and think, is it good or bad? But not 20, 30, hundreds of agencies.
So you're basically saying the number would increase the trustworthiness of the platform. Did I get it right?
It's one of that. For premium accounts, we have more deep advanced searching. You can just not only recommendation, but why it was recommended. You can select only companies which was recommended only for, let's say, original solution, or only for good pricing. Just select this part.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Biz Recommends? No, doesn't seem like it. Thank you very much. Okay, up next we got a company called BranchTrack. BranchTrack on stage. Round of applause, everybody.
Hey guys, my name is Sergey. I come from Riga, Latvia. I'm extremely jet lagged, so excuse me if I just keel over right here. BranchTrack is a spin-off from a larger e-learning company, and what that company does is training for staff in retail chains and banks and other companies on how to deal with customers. It's all centered around experience of actually going out, meeting a virtual customer and talking to them on finding strategies of how you talk to them. We did the first training, which you see now, about 4 years ago, and it was a pretty successful one. We reached a lot of people with it. Almost everyone played of the audience. We had people playing it over and over several times, because it's amazing when people come back to do a training again and then one more time. And most importantly, we got a 13% increase in the average purchase in that company, because the people knew how to sell better. It's real cash in hand, basically, for the client. So it was a success, and we did it a few more times afterwards. And then we decided not not to do that and build a builder for that. So it's a system that allows anyone to build branching dialogues that simulate customer interactions and then use those in training. It's a very smooth builder as well. If you go online, you just have to try it. Even if you don't do anything related, just try it. It's a really cool app. Design-wise, it's also working great and very easy to use. And then you have a lot of options on how you can actually deliver, how you push that training out to the companies, to the company's staff. So it works pretty great for retail companies, anyone who does customer support or customer care. Therefore, we already have a few companies on board with us doing that. That's Safeway, that's about 500,000 people. That's Hyatt Hotels, that's a company that is all about customer care. And eBay, well, I guess everyone heard about eBay. This year, we're going to build a few things. We're going to expand on features. We're going to provide integration with systems like Salesforce, if you heard about Salesforce. But most importantly, we're going to build analytics. And why analytics is cool? Because it allows you to get insight into what your learners are actually doing, and then we can get money from the company per learner. That is a lot of money if you talk about Walmarts and McDonald's and KFCs of the world. So that will allow us to get rich very fast. We have some traction. We are looking for smart capital that would allow us to get more traction like that and will help us to go to market in United States, in UK, and all over Europe. That's it. That was my last slide.
Thank you very much. Any questions for branch track?
I won everyone. No, not you.
So, well, what kind of competitors do you have now?
Right now, it's not that we have competitors. We have a lot of different ways of basically do the same thing. And all of those ways are more expensive, starting from just custom development to using, you can build something like that in PowerPoint. You can map slides to each other, but it really takes a lot of time, doesn't look that good. So it's more about substitution rather than competition.
Why did you choose this particular area? Because, I mean, you could probably apply this in many different things, you know, branching and doing other things. Why did you choose this particular area?
Yeah, well...
what's the mark?
Why this? Well, it's just something that I know. I've been doing online training as a business for over 5 years now, so it came naturally. But every person that I meet suggests something new as a use for that, so probably we'll pivot to something in the future. It might happen. I don't know, maybe Blizzard with Diablo will come to us and use this for building their RPG dialogues or something. Thanks.
Any more questions?
No? All right.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So up next, we have representatives from the sharing economy. Please welcome Trust Tribe.
Hello, I'm Arni from Trust Tribe, and let me tell you my story. I joined Airbnb in 2012, and over a couple of years, I became a very good and successful apartment renter because I collected so many reviews. When I decided to try out ride-sharing on BlaBlaCar, I must say I had an awful experience at the beginning because it seemed like nobody wanted to share a ride with me. Why? Because I had no reviews. And I wish I had an opportunity to show my awesome Airbnb reviews on BlaBlaCar and to prove that community that I was actually a trustworthy person. And we have a solution for that. It's a unified, easy embeddable, transferable user review system for marketplaces. What is that? That's basically a widget system that any marketplace could easy embed into their website in 30 minutes, or our API to their mobile app, so that their users could start reviewing each other immediately, like you see Lana Del Trust here. The value for users like you and me is firstly, it's much lower barriers to join new marketplaces. Second, it's much easier for us to find trustworthy peers that we want to have deal with. And here comes the value for business. Businesses get access to trustworthy and loyal users. Furthermore, they save time and money outsourcing the review system. So how it all works? That's basically a one user profile containing reviews from various marketplaces, like you see here in the example, the same Lana Del Trust. We divide our competitors into two groups, the ones aggregating and scraping data from various places like social networks, and the ones, which is less crowded as you see, working with live reviews. And I would mention Trustpilot as a good example here, but they concentrate on reviews for e-commerce, while TrustTribe is concentrating on peer-to-peer reviews. We are 6 hearts and minds dedicated to TrustTribe who have already achieved in a couple of months 2,000 user reviews, and to our astonishment we have around 50% review per transaction rate. Our main monetization principle is that we charge marketplaces and not users. And I would also like to mention that we were funded in 2013, and we are currently looking for next seed round funding for further expansion to bigger market. Thank you, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thanks for interesting presentation. Tell us how you're going to solve the trustworthiness of your potential customer database question, because you have to have more than 20,000 database. You have to have millions of customers. Airbnb and other services take you on and pay for the service.
Could you a bit explain your question? Well, because I got one part and...
Yeah, the question is easy. How you get millions of trustworthiness records in your database to be interested for companies as Airbnb and car blah blah and etc.
Yeah, that's a classical question, and we are solving this. That's probably the main problem to solve. So we are starting with small startups and small medium companies that either do not have such kind of system, or they have a pure system, and they are very much interested in transferability, in the network effect. And we have guys not in Lithuania only, but from Europe and Turkey. That was surprising us. So they want to join us, and there are plenty of them. And there is, I would say, a huge wave of a lot of such kind of services growing up and coming to the market. And yeah, there are a lot of local ones, but if you take a huge group of them, so then it's a quite significant amount. So in that way, we start the network.
The other question of trustworthiness, if let's say, pretend I'm Airbnb, why should I trust blah blah car review? Because it's a car, not a flat or apartment you rented it. That's a totally different records.
Yeah, we solve this easily because our product itself is a review system and it's unified. So there is no such problem anymore, because we are a review system, a platform to review, and we set some kind rules how it should be reviewed. Of course, there will be some data that will be not relevant from Airbnb on BlaBlaCar, but there is always, and from our live examples we see that there is some part of data that is relevant, and you could show and on other places. Yeah.
One very quick question. Misha, the CEO of Fiverr, once told me that marketplaces is one of the hardest startups to start, and it's one of the most failing startups to start. So how big is your market, considering that 99% of your clients are going to be failures?
Well, the market is big enough if you consider that we are starting with this product, and can I still answer?
Sorry, we need to close.
I will answer you later.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Tribe. Our next startup is called Search Node. Please welcome Search Node on the stage. Round of applause.
Everybody, 2 weeks ago, I decided to buy a computer. And as I usually do, I went to my favorite e-commerce site and typed Asus computer into a search box. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything because of poor site search results. So I bought computer at other e-commerce site. And the problem is that that first e-commerce site had many Asus computers, but I just couldn't find them. And this problem is especially big for small, medium e-commerce sites because they don't have enough resources to develop sophisticated and cutting-edge solutions by themselves or by already existing corporate solutions. And because of that, e-commerce sites lose money, lose their customers, and lose their loyalty. So that's why we have Search Node. At this moment, we are working on cutting-edge site search system, which main purpose is to understand what customers are really searching for and present them just relevant results. And when people find their searching products, they buy them, right? So it means that the main value of our product for e-commerce sites is better conversions and the e-commerce increasing and the revenue increasing, as well as user experience. Also, in our roadmap, we have plans to develop business intelligence tool based on user search behavior inside the e-commerce site, which would analyze what customers are really searching for and give valuable insights for the e-commerce sites. And it all requires really sophisticated solutions because Google has set the standards of what great search experience should be. And it's all powered by young, strong, and enthusiastic team. Although we're young, 17, 18 years old guys, yeah, but we started at early age, at age of 12 and 13, and we have already failed a few startups. And we operate software as a service business model where users pay monthly subscriptions to use our services. And you know what? It really works. 1 month ago, we have launched in our closed beta in our local market. And we already have 5 paying customers just with direct sales in closed beta and a little bit of revenue a month. In August, in our local market, we're going to have about 17 customers and a little bit of revenue as well. And our next plans is to build an MVP of business intelligence tool and raise some money. Also now, we feel comfortable about convertible note deals. And one more thing. We are looking for business developers and salespeople related to e-commerce in other countries. So if you are one of them, let's keep in touch after my pitch. Thank you for today, and I would be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Search Node.
All right, there's a question.
There are a lot of services being offered to the e-commerce sites to increase their revenue. So what's your pitch, sort of that search is the most relevant one?
Yeah, so we are purely oriented into e-commerce as well as affordable for small and medium e-commerce sites. Also, when we're gonna build an MVP of business intelligence tool, it's gonna be very unique thing and it will be our main competitive advantage.
Do you have any kind of data, what kind of results your search brings? How much improvement?
Yeah, so we have one case, because we have launched just 1 month ago. We increased conversions by 0.7%, which means about 2-3 million liters. It's going to be about $1.5 million a year, So it's revenue increasing. Thank you.
Any more questions for Search Node?
All right,
No,
so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, our next company, Scripta.
My brothers and sisters, bless you. My name is Lucas, and I'm CEO of Scripta, the promised technology that will bring a printed text to the next life. We are living in a dark days when digital multimedia is overtaking the printed text. Text is not attractive anymore because it's not interactive. Information should be accessible for everyone, but language barriers are dividing it. What should we do? I say we must fight. Plan is simple. We take a printed text in any format, digital content via hyperlinks, and we forge them together, camera-capable devices. Implementation. You take a text source you want, you scan it, you get the results. And now we're ready to purge. A sinner is seeking for salvation. He should go to Jerusalem. But how and what he should do? Internet is full of venomous and false information. So he takes a Lonely Planet guide. But books are quickly outdating. And they lack a critical aspect of crowdsourced content. Then he remembers being at login and seeing this new remarkable weapon called Scripta. He takes it, he uses it. In front of him opens the multiverse of content. Comments, images, videos, sounds, even best flight tickets. You can call it a miracle. Yes, the best format to search, discover. There are multiple application cases, from textbooks, encyclopedias, you name it, even dating. And yes, we will make them pay. Business-to-business sales via advertising, like Google AdWords. And we expect to have 87% click-through rates. And yes, we will make pay ourselves via text-enhancing multi-content. Who we are? We are the Frontline Experience Crusaders team. So stand up and raise your hands to Scripta. A revolution of printed text must be in your hands. Thank you.
Any questions for Scripta?
Can you explain like one really great use case for that? I think you skipped it.
Yes. The one I did explain, that let's take a travel guides. You have a text that is quickly outdating, and you have opportunity using Scripta to add virtual content to the printed text. So for example, text guides to Ukraine are not valid anymore, but using a Scripta, you can add different recommendations and different content related to the text that is outdated. If you look at the history books and autobiographies, all of you can source maybe your knowledge about location or people you know that are written in the book. So actually this is a tool for publishers and users to create written text or written source together.
Okay, is it different from using an app and a book at the same time?
Yes, but you know that there are new emerging technologies like Google Glasses and wearables that will enable this process to integrate seamlessly. So yes, imagine you are looking at a textbook about biophysics, and it's something in text written about something that you don't understand. So you use your phone to see a multimedia, a video or 3D model of a thing that is written in the text. So basically what it does, it's like multimedia illustrations for the text.
Who decides what illustrates something I read in the book?
So it can be both. The publishers can publish with a book, together the bundle of e-content. And the crowd who are reading, they can decide what content they would like to contribute or what is missing.
How is the content contributed?
Sorry?
How is the content contributed?
Oh yes, so use the same process. You scan the text and you mark the portion of the text you want to add your content. So it works like a Facebook. You have like a post and you comment, you paste a hyperlink or even the pictures from a family album.
Any final questions for Scripta? No. Thank you very much. So up next, we have Starway. Give a round of applause for Starway.
Am I heard well? Good. I believe that each of you loves live music shows, but only few people can actually imagine how hard it is to make a live show happen. Hundreds of hours spent on one booking with one artist. Thousands of euros and dollars wasted because of purely managed logistics and transfer. And building a tour is very time-consuming. And there is nothing to help, but we have a solution. Starway is a web platform where musicians and organizers interact on their bookings. It helps to save money, it helps to save time, and moreover, it may help to create even more gigs. I show how it works. Okay. So promoter finds a favorite act, and just by one click, he puts this act into his roster. When he's ready to book, he may book him directly from his location, or be automatically updated about a gig in a closer area, and book directly from that very place. This is how agile logistics works in the music industry. So he picks up a date and a place to book, fills up a very simple form, and that's it. Very simple. We know that there are 500,000 artists generating more than 5 million gigs per year. And this is a very crucial number for us because we are going to provide our service on subscription base with limited numbers of bookings. We know that we can get up to 100 artists from one deal with an agency or label. Promoters are likely to be engaged through special unique URLs or widgets on Facebook and SoundCloud, as you see in the example. And we know there are several competitors that the worst problem with them is that they all are targeting all musicians in the world, and there are about 10 million of them. Starway works only with artists who are actually in demand, who have bookings. We already tested MVP, and now we're launching a beta version in a month. Beta version, and we have a very good team for this. It's obvious that such services like Shazam, Spotify, and SoundCloud has already affected the way how we find and listen to music. But Starway is bringing a new change, a change behind the stage. Thank you very much.
Questions for Starway, please?
So I have a two-sided question. One, I've personally worked with big artists, like one of the most known rock bands in Russia, for example, and I brought them to Tallinn. And I know that they never, ever sell at listed price. The listed price is just for fools who just call them up. So they would never list a price and they, it's just not happen. But the small ones, there's already many other things that, Beatsy from Finland is specializing on DJs. There's some other one that's specializing on live music. So how are you different, how are you going to get the big ones and how are you going to get the small ones where the solution's already there?
Thank you for the question. It's a very, very tricky question. So far we decided to segment all those artists due to number of bookings. The more popular artist, the more bookings he gets. So it's obvious that the artists can't reveal their price, but we provide them a certain calculator, to agree on a price within our platform.
Could you elaborate a bit on the business model?
Pardon?
Could you elaborate a bit on the business model?
Business model. Yes, I'll tell you a subscription. So we provide a service like access to artists and promoters to our platform to interact. And due to limited number of bookings, they have a certain set of features of that service. So they pay monthly for access. Any questions more?
Nope. Looks like thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So the next company didn't want to be introduced. So let me just welcome the CEO, Paulius on the stage, and he will do all the explanation for me. So Paulius, welcome.
Paulius has a very serious problem, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't have the money for a car. He will not play his Xbox this weekend, but he needs to figure out a way how to travel to very important gathering. His problem is much bigger than appears. He needs to go 300 kilometers to Rokiškis to visit his girlfriend's parents. We are not very pleasant persons, and we don't like guys who travel by bus. So, Paulius has Xbox, no money, no car. Who can help him? He is saved by peer-to-peer rental marketplace called dalyvauja.lt. Xboxes are so popular on dalyvauja.lt that he will have any problem to rent it out for an entire weekend. And he will earn enough money to hire a car for one day. Maybe someone have a car here for 50 liters? Oh, thank you, gentlemen. Good luck, Paulius. So, dalyvauja.lt is not only peer-to-peer rental marketplace, it's also the biggest rental service in Vilnius. Let me quickly introduce our team. So 4 professionals and financial backing, guidance, and belief from Next Year Ventures. dalyvauja.lt has 4,000 members community, and we have access to 1,100 active items. Our primary stream of revenue is commission from each transaction, but other business models are tested as well at home market. The main categories are cars and gaming gadgets, and I'm another star of our service portfolio is a new product try out before buying, and I'm glad to announce a new partnership with Bose Audio Systems, which start from next week. So you hear just a part of our product, and we ask audience to visit us, to visit our stand over there, and you have an opportunity to win a 1,000 liters gift certificate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Paulius and the dalyvauja.lt team?
Insurance. How do you handle it? Insurance.
Yeah. So we have 2 offers, and we are in negotiation with 2 local insurance companies now, and we hope that in April we have an offer for gadgets, but not for cars. And we are in talks with Lloyd's of London, but the obvious thing that we need to move out from Lithuania to be interested to Lloyd's of London. So insurance, which will cover mostly part of our items, will come in April.
How do you launch in a new market?
We are planning to launch in September. And we are looking for compact city, but much, let's say compact in area, but much bigger in population in Vilnius. So the primary target is Manchester in the United Kingdom. The first approach is students' communities. So more offline approach than online approach. Of course, from that technology perspective, so pilot, first of all, to collect, let's say 1,000 items, and then to work primary with student communities.
All right, thanks.
More questions for dalyvauja.lt? No, thank you very much, Paulius.
Thank you.
So we have 3 companies left in our marathon today, and the first company is Ordurino. Please welcome Ordurino on the stage.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex, and here I would like to present our product. It's called Ordurino. It's cloud-based software as a service for small and medium companies that helps manage and schedule orders of the customers online. But before, please let me tell a short story. Please meet Mike. Mike is an owner of interior design agency. He has a website to get customer requests, to promote their services, and get quotes from customers. And main business needs of Mike are converting quotes into orders, estimating quotes, notifying customers about changes in the orders. As well, he needs to assign order to company employee to process it. He tried to use different products like emails, spreadsheets offline and online, but without any luck. But someday he revealed our product. And in visual, well-optimized dashboard, he can easily assign order to company employee to execute. He can embed our product in his website in a few clicks and get customer requests and into Ordurino and process quotes into orders. As well, view visual and attractive and clear analytics on how things are going on and how company and each employee works. Now Mike is happy because in a few clicks he can manage his companies easily without any hassle that it had before. How we are different from similar products maybe on market? First of all, we focus on orders, not only on deals. We focus and help our customers to complete orders by the end in time. Also, we help our clients to increase customer loyalty by instant and in-time notification how things are going on with his order. And as well, we offer outstanding level of customer support, and our customers love it. By the way, our customers currently are from US, Europe, and CIS countries, and they work in different business domains. Quick facts. For now, our customers generate hundreds of orders per day and complete hundreds of orders per day. They reduce it twice daily workload on orders-related management activities and S+. Our customers use, and employees of our customers use our product each day, day by day. These results can be achieved without great team, well motivated. Thank you guys. We do right things, and now we are looking for angel investor to increase our customer base or anyone who has interest in our product and can assist us. Thank you. I'm waiting for your questions.
Thank you. Question time by the jury.
What's your largest customer?
Largest what?
Largest customer.
How many
people? Yes,
what
kind of business?
7 employees.
Small business, very small.
Yep, small business, not large.
What's the kind of main customer segment for this?
My customers, competitors? Segment. I guess it's e-commerce and local services, like home appliance repairing, home services, and service companies. So we offer platform for our customers, and they use it as they need. It can be flexible, optimized, and configured as they want.
Have you done research into how many of them kind of already have a system and how many use Excel or something?
Sure, but I have to say that our customers currently use it before only spreadsheets and emails. So that's first experience, and they're happy, and to be honest, they can't live without our product for now. And they're happy, and for those customers that use it as spreadsheets, we created seamless import of data from spreadsheets into our product. So you can just upload, assign columns, and they will be saved into our product and can filter orders easily and assign. And other features can be done easily. So we leverage this first step to a small step.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any more? Oh, that's it. Thank you very much, Arduino.
Thank you.
Up next, we have what I think is most likable and our favorite Italian Lithuanian. Please welcome Claudio and Blue.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So I'm Claudio, I'm from Italy, and I live right here in Vilnius. My dream is to learn the Lithuanian language. Did you know 60 billion are spent every year by people trying to learn the language? Classes, softwares, the mobile application, and believe me, I try them all. But at the end, I have a problem. Because, yeah, I learn a lot of words, a lot of rules, but still, I don't understand anything. I don't understand my friends. I don't understand the people around me. And I want to tell you a secret, why it's so hard to learn a language. Because nobody wants to learn a language. We don't care about learning a language. We want to use languages. We want to talk with people. We want to read books in that language. We want to watch movies. So instead of learning the grammar, why we don't reverse and we start from here? Why don't we start from the books we can understand, from the movies we can watch, and the people we can talk with? So Blue works very simple. I like cars, and I spend quite a lot of time watching reviews on YouTube. So what Blue does is very simple. It finds for me videos that I'm already able to understand today. Because we know the subtitles. From the subtitles in the video, we're able to tell that there's only few unknown words. And when I click on these words and finally understand them, Blue adapts and finds for me better and better content. Science is on our side. We learn when we understand messages, when we understand what people are talking about, when we understand what we read. And the internet is full of content. We don't need to create it. There's amazing content out there. We just find what it's at your level and about your passions. In fact, we already have 100 languages in the system. We raised only 150,000 euro last year, and now we're developing. 50,000 people tried it, and we got hundreds of testimonials. What they tell? Blue makes me feel confident. It's like the gym. You go to the gym, you don't see your muscle growing, but after a couple of months, after a couple of weeks, you can tell that you understand the reality better. We're growing. People spend 20 minutes a day on the system, and this month we're making 1,000 euro in revenue from monthly subscription. The team is strong and capable of delivering. We've been dealing with a lot of technical challenges, and now we're ready to go to the global market. So we're here today to invite you to be a part of Blue. We are raising 500,000 euro because we want to fix the user experience, and we want to make sure that we're also mobile. People can spend the 20 minutes on the bus to learn languages in a fun way. Our vision is to become a platform for premium content. So if you're learning a language, we can find for you movies, books, music that you can understand today, and it can help you to learn a language. So if you're interested, please come and talk with me. Blue, it's the fun way to learn languages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blue. Any questions?
How do you monetize? Is it freemium?
Now we are actually testing A/B testing. We have one version where you get 10 minutes for free, and then you need to subscribe, and the other one where we have certain playlists for free, and we have some premium content that we're selling for €5 a month.
Okay, I wasn't completely sure. So if I want to learn, say, Spanish, and I log into the system, what does it do?
You want to learn Spanish. So you come into the system, we show to you some, you tell me what you like, let's say fashion. So we throw you articles about fashion. And then you need to simply tell which words you can understand. The system is very adaptive. It collects all these words and starts to predict more and more words than probably you understand. So the next article is going to be more tailored on you. And then the next one even better and even better.
Cool.
So do I have to update the system every time I learn a new word? I need to tell it that this is the
We
word
predict. We see, for example, we predict a lot of words. If in English, if you know house, we think you know men, for example. So we do a lot of prediction based on other users. Let's say an Italian learning English, problem and problema, they're very similar. So we presume that you will understand it as soon as you see it. So it's based on your behavior and other users, similar user behavior. So you don't need to really click all the words.
and you have validated it already.
But people are paying. We have people, actually, they've been with us for 1 year now, and they were like donating 10 euros a month, and they're still paying. So we know that it works. People are learning, are using it. We just need to bring it to the next level.
Okay, thanks.
Any more questions for Blue? No,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudio. So we have come to the last startup of the day. So 29 companies have gone through, and we have the last one. So I'm very happy to invite Car on Fly onto the stage. Car on Fly.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexei and I'm CTO of Car on Fly project. Actually, this is a platform for drivers and passengers. The base problem is that you spend too much time waiting for taxi booking, misleading information about car arrival and pickup location. There is no direct way of specifying car type you want and lack of driver responsibility. The solution that we are going to provide is a direct connection between passengers and drivers. You can set the car type you want. Drivers may specify the rate in appropriate price range. You can track the route and get the adequate price in real time. Actually leave feedback for better services. Our perspective is a creation of community of engaged people, where passengers get convenience and transparency, and drivers get optimized routes and earn money effectively. Monetizing is transactional, and our interest is included in every trip cost. So actually, driver rate includes service fee. Speaking about the differences in comparison with our competitors, first of all, we provide functionality both for drivers and passengers in the same app. We are developing global bonus point, and we have a fast spreading strategy using agent support. Our team are experienced programmers, server-side, iOS and Android, talented BA and marketing managers. We work using Agile, and we provide quality 24/7 support. And now let me show you our video to give you a better understanding of the service we provide.
One of the best things about Car on Fly is easy and friendly user experience. Let's have a look. To order a trip in our service, you just need to enter the start and destination points and some complementary details. The system will build the optimized route for you. As soon as you are done, you can see the estimates of time and distance. The system will find you the nearest available car and show you estimated trip costs. You like it? You get it. See where the coming driver is in real time. When the trip begins, track your route and cost on the screen of your smartphone. Enjoy and rate your trip to help our community becoming better.
So we're looking for business partners for globalization. Thank you for your attention. Your questions, please.
Thank you, Car on Fly. And jury?
I have a question. Have you considered legal challenges?
I'm sorry?
Legal problems.
Actually, we understand that this depends on local markets. Right now, we're starting in Ukraine. In Kiev, there is no any problem with legal here, so you may register in system just sending your information about license, I mean driver license, your car photo and personal data, and it will work. There is now any legal limitations. But we actually understand that if we speak about USA, if we speak about Europe as well, we are going to adapt our services to appropriate market.
What I meant more was municipalities basically would view you as a kind of a taxi service. And on
actually,
top of that,
you're right.
Unregulated so Uber, which is like a poster child. they have problems in places like Paris and others.
I understand, but we don't want to kill taxi companies, because actually we may communicate with them, we may provide them with our application, and they may find new clients using our current fly application as well.
So at almost every single pitching event that I go to and every conference, there's at least one taxi app, usually 2 or 3, maybe 5. So the question is not why you're different, but the question is why did you choose to do something that is so competitive right now? Why are you so confident that you can be better and different?
First of all, this market, market of taxi companies is really huge. All our competitors, such as Lyft, Uber, they are working in Europe, in USA, but we are going to provide just a bit another way of taxi services, because we are going to create a social community. We are going to create a global point system so that if you, for example, leave your feedback in Facebook, in Twitter, or just make photos using Instagram, showing our services, we are going to provide you with bonus points that you may actually use in our application. And the feedback that you leave after the trip, both from driver and passenger perspective, is also another cool feature that I think that will be quite competitive in comparison with our competitors.
Thank you. Car on Fly.
Thank you very much.
So that is it. Give another round of applause for yourself, for your stamina that you've showed. We've seen 31 companies actually presenting today. And what we're going to do right now is do a real quick break, a couple of minutes, don't run away. We're just going to calculate the scores, and I'm briefly going to announce the exciting day that we're going to have tomorrow. So just going to be not more than 5 minutes. May I have your attention for the last time today? Promise you that. Again, thank you very much for your patience. And I'd like to announce the final 6 of the finalists that we're going to present tomorrow. So, from previous sessions, we had Drag This, Simple to Act, Aileen, Sky Biometry, and from this session, we have 2 more companies. So the first company presenting tomorrow is Blue. And the second company is dalyvauja.lt. So I want to say a huge congratulations to all the finalists tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be a pretty cool day. We're going to have a bunch of interesting speeches. We're going to have a full investor panel with world-class investors where we're going to be discussing the future of startup ecosystems across the globe. And of course, we're going to have final 6 pitches at the very end of the day to see who get the main prizes, who are supported by us by various sponsors, and also who win the first prize, which is a ticket to the roadshow. So tomorrow we're going to find all of that out. But for now, thank you very much and see you tomorrow.